The following program is for adult audiences only.
I'm gonna let the sun shine in today. I'm trying to make this darkness go away. I'll paint with colors and I'll sing until my lungs give out. I'm gonna let the sun shine in today. And I will leave my windows open so that I can hear the sound of people talking and the wind blowing in the trees. Oh, I will open up my eyes so I can see the light. Oh, and I'll try to spread my wings so I can fly. Oh, and the darkness starts to fade. Feels like things are gonna go my way. I'm gonna let the sun shine in the day. I'm gonna let the past be filled with smoke. And I will try to fix what has been broken. And take this weight off my shoulders, 'cause I know yesterday ain't coming back. I'm gonna let the past stay in the cold. I will listen to the ocean, let its unsaid words be spoken. And I'll let my mind be carried by the waves. Oh, I will open up my eyes so I can see the light. Oh, and I'll try to spread my wings so I can fly. Oh, and the darkness starts to fade. Feels like things are gonna go my way. I'm gonna let the sun shine in the day. So you're the fire, you're the flare, you're the song inside my head. And I will taste every note, feel so good when you're in my head. And you're the fire, you're the flare, you're the song inside my head. And I will taste every note, feel so good when you're in my head. And it's the road I figured and the curse I've been living, the flag I'm giving, a signal. Pick me up again, come on, pick me up now. So you're the fire, you're the flare.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundary.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but we'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and Kenny the Vaping Heed. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic day out there. We've got so much information to cover today. We have Dr. Death before us, testifying before the House Oversight Committee about the Food and Drug Administration, about how, well, I'm sorry, but people that smoke, they just need to die because it's more important to keep kids, teenagers, illegally getting a hold of these products and they might become addicted to nicotine. And there's no benefit in society to a kid that gets addicted to nicotine. So we just need to let the smokers die out there. Unless they want to smoke cannabis. Then it's harm reduction. What? Multiple members of House of Representatives questioned him and said, what about harm reduction? Don't we want to apply harm reduction for the number of people dying from cigarette smoking? That's an industry term. That's an industry term covering a whole bunch of things, and we need to weigh the benefits. It's up to the manufacturer of these vaping products to provide the proof that smokers will switch away from combustible cigarettes to their product. But no kids will ever get a hold of their product and become addicted to nicotine. That's the bar, that's the standard that he has set. Unless we're talking about cannabis. Then we wrote a letter to the DEA to reschedule it to a Schedule 3 and let everybody smoke as much cannabis as they want. Or vape cannabis if you want to vape it. No problem. Aren't kids going to smoke
will
cannabis?
Come back from vaping cannabis.
And get addicted to it? Nobody asked that question.
No, nobody asked that one.
Sorry for the snafus today. As you can see down on the bottom of the screen here, none of your chat messages are popping up in OBS. Don't know why. It just isn't. Some of the network controls that we have in OBS for sound effects and stuff, it doesn't work either. But fortunately, that's why there's more than one way to skin a cat. I have chat commands.
Cool.
And they work. And even Kenny can make you laugh.
I'll have a look. Have a look. See if anything comes up here.
Stephen Lane, hello and welcome. Hot diggity.
That's all right.
And if you want to cheer. Sean Lynch, hello and welcome. What else did we do? Oh, that's right. We had a request from last week.
Oh, no.
It can be as annoying as you want. Because this is an interactive stream. A bastard, hello and welcome. This is an interactive stream, and we get to empower the Hunky Horde to control this show.
That's better. Sorry, I was just adjusting my screen. Everything was all over.
I think this is a fake. I don't think this is real.
Eventually, you guys all catch on to, all these commands.
That's the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
That is beautiful.
That is a boo.
We got
and a
all
half,
kinds
mate,
of commands. I told you guys, now that I got everything all figured out.
Good news, everyone.
It's there, isn't it?
They're all there. All right. We got liar, we got censor, we got cheer, we got boo, we got brain poison, applause. 6 hours later, the number 6, and then written out hours later. And a whole bunch of them.
You know what it is? Do you think, ladies and gentlemen, that Alex has got too much time on his hands?
Vaping is better than smoking.
That's what drives me to keep making this show better and better and better. And call out the idiots that we have killing people in society. They're contributing to the smokers' deaths, period. When you fail to acknowledge that harm reduction is real all across the spectrum, not just with cannabis, then you are allowing these people to continue to die in droves. 8 million people a year globally die from cigarette smoking. And there's a solution out there that we have found. It was the only thing for many of us that empowered us to quit smoking. So.
Oh, you've opened a can of worms with this, bitch.
It was just finding the right one to get everybody motivated to go, hey, man, I can participate in this. It's cool.
Yep, you found it.
Fantastic. That deserves a round of applause.
Love it. I love it, boys and girls. Love it. Oh.
No.
Oh, we've got a dud.
It.
Oh, I'm sick of it.
Did I type it wrong? I don't know. We got Bloomberg. We got all this stuff to deal with. But this week, it's Dr. Robert Califf at the FDA. And it's not all, doom and gloom here on the show. We also take a look at our featured products that we have for this week. We're doing our retro vape.
Good news, everyone.
I dug through the bin. We have the Freemax Fire Luke mesh tank. And we've got the Smock TFV12 Baby Prince tank. You remember all them Smock tanks that come on here?
Oh,
there was the baby, there was the baby bees, there was the Prince tank, there was the baby Prince tank, there was, everybody loves Smock just so much. I know. That's why I couldn't just bring that one on as the retro vape. So now we've got a Freemax tank and we got a Smock tank. We're going to compare the two of them today. Is one better than the other one? What's the downfalls of these tanks? Because I love my Smock Scar 18, right? Except it's a vindictive little bitch. If you don't pay it some love every single day, it leaks. Like most Smock, it shits itself. It's like a puppy. If you don't pay attention to your puppy, they're going to rebel against you. And they will purposely urinate all over the place to let you know, hey, man, you should have been paying attention to me. I wouldn't have done this if you wouldn't have ignored me.
That's what Smock products were, you little puppies.
Yeah. So we've got our retro vape that we got going on today. We've got some DIY e-liquid mixing. And obviously, we're going to keep pushing the whole advocacy for harm reduction because it's vaping empowered us to quit smoking, and it works. And I've failed to accept the fact that, so what? I know I'm going out on the limb here, and I know I'm stepping on the third rail, but so what if a couple kids decide, I'm going to treat myself because I got ADHD, I'm going to get a hold of a vape. I'm going to keep it a secret. Nobody's going to know about it, which ain't true. We know about what you're doing because when you get done with it, you pitch it in the yard or you bitch it in the sidewalk, and then we have to hear about how
you dump it.
Oh, it's the scourge on society. We got to do something about this. You notice that when they put these articles in the paper about, kids and vaping and stuff, none of it is ever a cannabis vape that you see laying on the ground.
Oh. Nicotine.
Why? They're only going after this. I don't get it. But fact is, we live in a world where if you want something and you got money, you can buy it, even if it's illegal.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
It's called the free market.
Excuse me.
Okay? And when there's millions and millions of people, I think there's 100 million vapors around the globe by now, has to be, that want this product, well, there's going to be a bunch of companies that are going to make it. Whether it's legal or not, they don't care. If somebody wants to buy your product and you're a company out there to make money, you're going to make a product that people want to buy. If nobody wanted to vape, these companies would all go out of business because nobody would be buying their products. So something is wrong. We have a dichotomy here between reality and between some agenda for prohibition. And something I try to reiterate to people along the way is, don't think that they're going to stop at vapes. If they actually get vaping banned and make it illegal, they're going to go after other stuff next. They're going to go after your alcoholic beverages, for example. Because realistically, we know from scientific studies, when you look at the data, more people get injured from alcohol than they do from vaping. You don't hear any stories on the news about that.
No.
They're not indoctrinating the children except once a year at prom time. You know, they'll do a dare session and, you know, try and get them to realize, hey, man, when you go out and have fun on prom night, don't get hammered and drive. Have somebody drive you, okay? Why are they pragmatic about that? Kids are going to do what kids are going to do. They don't care whether it's legal or not. I don't know. What are you trying to figure out, Kenny?
I'm just trying to find something else. I forgot where I put it now. I don't think it's a nope. Carry on, I'll get there.
Hey man, Kenny's got a new piece of software running for his audio chain. He's so happy he got everything all set up and it's all working perfectly. And he's sitting there looking at it like, oh man, I got a shopping list now. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You got me looking at microphones and audio interfaces, and I'm gonna step up the game. I'm gonna take it to the next level. I was trying to improve the things out there. You know, like I told him, I bought a new microphone amp because I'm tired of using two different brands of amps for two different microphones. They're the exact same microphone. Everything else is identical. So, well, I got a dual input audio microphone amplifier. So they should both be exactly the same this week. You guys are like, what are you talking about? It's already the same. Sorry.
Of course it is.
I know. I get anal about this stuff because I care about it. I want to be able to, you know, take this channel to places where nobody else has gone. That's the whole reason for the interactive commands out there. And today, we're going to take a look at Dr. Califf's testimony because there's another aspect of this. You know, we're not some conspiracy nut jobbers out there. We're realists, right? And as a realist, you have to understand that this guy is nothing more than a dancing chicken on a stage, right? And when politicians crank up the heat on the stage, that chicken really starts to dance. A lot faster, jumping around, making a bigger scene of things. But he's nothing more than a dancing chicken. He's a puppet with a bunch of hands up his rear, controlling what he says and what he does.
I've subscribed.
And the problem is, when you have an agency that is supposed to be there for the exclusive purpose of protecting consumers from fraudulent products that don't actually do anything. This all stems way back. The history of the FDA was based upon the fact that, you know, you had Dr. Maria's elixir that was guaranteed to cure any cough or illness and prevent you from getting sick in the first place. And later on, they did some studies and realized it was nothing more than whiskey with some eucalyptus oil in it. Didn't really help anybody. In fact, some people got sick from it. That's the whole reason why they founded the FDA, to protect us from crap that's actually going to make you sick.
Look what Coca-Cola used to be. It actually was Coke, wasn't it?
It was. Coca-Cola had cocaine in it.
Yeah. Whoa. Bring it back.
It also had morphine in it. A lot of the cough syrups and stuff, you know, it was nothing more than cocaine and morphine and God knows what other else, alcohol and...
I'm more worried what's in it now. Have you seen what it does? If you get a dirty coin, you dip it in Coca-Cola, it comes out clean like it's had an acid dip. What's that shit going to be doing inside
that was one of the
stomach?
old mechanics tricks is you would take a 2 liter of Coke and dump it into a radiator. You want to clean that radiator out? Find out where the leaks are? Dump the Coca-Cola in there. Or even better, back when they had real chrome bumpers, the best way that you can get rust off of a chromed bumper was Coca-Cola on a rag.
Coca-Cola. Jesus.
And we drink that stuff.
No, what I was looking for, because what I want to do, just while we're here, we can just get this out of the way. I want to wish all our UK viewers happy St. George's Day. We are celebrating St. George's Day today. So I want to wish you all a happy St. George's Day, the patron saint of the UK. Even though when you look at the history, he's not from the UK, but that's a different thing. But I just want to wish everybody a happy St. George's Day. So there you go. Apparently, he was a
That's
Roman
fantastic,
soldier.
but I don't understand where. How come I'm not on that scene? That makes no sense.
Oh, why are you not on that seat, mate? I'll put it up again.
I don't know. The
There you go.
camera's there.
You should be on here, matey. I feel lonely now. I'm all alone now. I feel lonely.
That's okay. Everybody out
I'm
there loves
alone.
you.
He's left us alone.
It really makes
Yeah,
no sense,
St.
man.
George's Day.
I've got the exact same camera on both of these scenes. And when I switch to this one, where am I? Oh.
Ooh. You're being Mr. Elusive the day then, aren't you?
Whoa, what happened there, mate?
Oh, there you are. Have you been tweaking again?
No, I had no intention of doing that, but it did it anyway. I don't know.
I think we've got to do some more tests before we go live.
Nah, the thing is, once you get so complicated with stuff, you know, when you get to do an update for like the Move plugin and it loses a bunch of settings, you have to put them all back the way it was. There's 100 scenes to go through to get everything back to where it needs to be. But we'll figure it out.
T-shirt on the day, guys. It's on the day.
I got my new one.
Do you even vape, bro? Hell yeah.
Seriously, man, do you even vape? You're out there advocating and saying this kind of stuff, and do you even vape?
Yeah. Are you full of shit? Awesome, man. Brilliant.
All right, so getting back to the FDA, your question is quite appropriate. Are they full of shit? Yes. And it's not just about vaping, right? It's bad, and people are catching on to the fact that the FDA isn't doing what it's obligated to do. Its obligation is to protect the public, right? But when they don't have any specifications on what's allowed and not allowed in baby formula, and they're demanded to come up with, you know, specifications on what's allowed, what's the allowable limit of arsenic in a baby formula, and 3 years later, they're still nowhere to be found, well, people are going to call them out on it. 3 years ago. And you're going to love who actually brought this to the FDA's attention. Our favorite idiot from Chicago, Rajna.
Really? Oh my God.
Yeah. So when Raja got a chance to question Dr. Califf, well, not only did he smash his head in with baby formula standards that still don't exist on your website, do you know that this still says nothing to be found? No changes yet? Well, I'm not aware of that. You're not aware of that? Wow. 3 years ago, we called you in here and you were supposed to come up with these standards and you still haven't done shit. Why? Why haven't they done anything about it? And then they drilled them about vaccines and vaccine safety and then medications. And do you know the hair straightening products are giving ladies cancer?
Huh?
But there's still a lot on the market. The FDA hasn't done anything about it. Not on their priority list. And then when he's questioned about, you know, why haven't you done more for harm reduction for e-cigarettes? Well, we don't get any user fees from e-cigarettes. So combustible cigarettes that are proven to kill anywhere from half to 2/3 of its users. Oh, well, we can process those to the tune of over 1,000 new tobacco products that have been authorized for sale in the United States. But e-cigarettes, no, man, sorry. We've only authorized like 20 of them. Out of the 20 that we authorized, only 10 are for sale because the other 10 were so shitty, nobody bought them and they went out of business. In the 3 years it took the FDA to authorize them for sale, right? And out of the 10 that are authorized for sale and available on the marketplace, we all know there's technically only 3 of them. There's only 3. You got the Enjoy Ace. You got this Logic Spitback junk crapola. You got Juul that's stuck in court trying to get their tobacco product authorized because they voluntarily recalled all the flavors that actually make vaping work. And then you got the RJ Reynolds Views thing. So basically 3 products have been authorized. And they took some flack over the fact, well, you know what? Let's just jump into the news and let's actually talk about it where it belongs. What do you say?
Yeah.
Alrighty, time for us to jump into the news, and I keep talking about this because I'm the kind of person where I actually sit there and I watch all the testimony and all the news bits that I can find out about what's going on here to find out who's really in control, who's the one pulling the puppet strings, because what's the point in me arguing with idiots like Tahir Turk on frickin' Twitter, who has absolutely no say-so on what's happening around us? I want to know which one of these schmucks I have to get a hold of and keep beating on their door and keep beating their ear to get them to realize, hey, how about you save some lives while you are in this office instead of, letting people continue to die. It's ridiculous. 460,000
crazy
Americans are going to die this year from cigarette smoking, because they won't accept harm reduction applies to tobacco products too, not just cannabis. So link in the description below if you guys want to check this out. But here's the actual hearing, and we're not going to cover the whole thing. I know that that's unrealistic to expect you guys to actually want to know this whole thing. And we're going to let it run its token ad. It always
gives you the general gist of the bullshit. It gives you the general gist of the bullshit that comes out of these people's mouths.
Well, we're going to take a look at some of this bullshit, and it's not all vaping stuff that we're talking about here.
Next, the head of the Food and Drug Administration, Dr. Robert Califf, testifying on the FDA's priorities before the House Oversight
And I'm sure that that's probably quiet for you guys.
Lawmakers asked about the prescription drug approval process, abortion pill authorization,
that's fine for me.
and
we'll bump that up a little bit.
Vaping. The hearing runs just under 4 hours.
The hearing runs just under 4 hours, and we're going to cover every single little bit of it today in full detail. No, we're not. We're going to skip over this. We're going to go to 55 minutes and 27 seconds when we talk about mental health, cannabis, and Rajna Krishnamurthy drilling the FDA about baby food and how, well, first off, there's other people that question him about how we ran out of it. 90% of the United States was completely out of baby food because, well, one of the manufacturers had to recall all of their products, and that took most of it off the marketplace. That's what happens when we allow the marketplace to be condensed into 1 or 2 or 3 suppliers of a product that people need to live, right?
Definitely.
So what happens when you run out of stuff? You get a bunch of people up in arms going, hey, man, how the heck goes it with 90% of the stores in the country were completely out of baby food for months because one company recalled their products? It doesn't make any sense. What about the other companies? Well, there really isn't any other companies, and we don't regulate the economics of the baby food industry. Oh, you don't? That's interesting. So let's take a look at this.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Commissioner, thank you for taking time with us. As you've noted, a cardiologist also spending time in mental health stress units. I think that part of what I'm going to talk with you about would come directly to observations that you may
First off, it's a committee meeting, so there's actually more people here than when most of the time they're actually in full session, and you've got somebody standing behind the podium, and there's literally nobody in the building other than the secretary that's taking notes behind them and the cameraman.
Also THC.
So when you get a House committee meeting, well, most of the time, most of these people that are actually interested in the committee
this recommendation
are there for the full duration of it.
Marijuana meets the criteria for control under Section 3. In reviewing the FDA's recommendation, I believe that the FDA did not base its assessment in scientific fact or realities of how marijuana is being abused and used in our country today. The FDA's assessment relied on, I think, cherry-picked data. For example, concluding in the report that since the potential for abuse of marijuana is less than heroin, marijuana should be downgraded. This completely
well, that's technically true.
Of a drug
What's the real harm of cannabis, right?
Enormous consequences.
Is it good for you?
Children,
you know, if you're a healthy person to start smoking cannabis or vaping it or whatever. No. But that's not why you're doing it. You're doing it because you enjoy the effects that it gives you, right?
In marijuana, THC,
and if you consume it responsibly, like alcohol, what harm is it really going to give you?
Which is consistent
not the same as heroin. So why is it classified the same as heroin?
A 10% increase in vehicular deaths.
And I bring this up because don't think for a moment there aren't people out there that are in office right now that wouldn't love to classify nicotine as a controlled substance that belongs as a Schedule I drug, prohibited. Kind of like it is in Australia.
In their blood. And those are only the marijuana-related traffic deaths that we know about. We know that there are other problems. In your agency's analysis, you scrap the long-held 5-factor
That's the problem in the UK. We're still grade cannabis as a class B or class C substance. You know what I mean? It's still way too high.
2 factors that
well, that's what he's talking about here is here in the United States, according to federal statutes, it's still a Schedule I controlled substance, just like heroin, right? Just like cocaine,
marijuana programs,
and a bunch of other drugs that are out there, right?
Why did the FDA
it needs to be dropped down to a Schedule III substance because it's got medicinal value, and scientists cannot study it if it's a Schedule I drug.
Not only addictive, but
they need to reschedule it, make it a Schedule III drug, so it's still a controlled substance, so it's fully adopted across the United States as a federal allowable medical treatment for people that need it, like our veterans that have PTSD that isn't resolved or isn't dealt with appropriately.
I appreciate the question. I think you've already demonstrated between you and the other representative that there's not agreement in Congress about what should be done with this. And again, we would very much appreciate if Congress did come to a conclusion for the country. It would make our job better.
Congress has not spoken because we believe it's a dangerous product. We receive calls from thousands of parents every year about their children. We see drug-related not only incidents in schools, but principals, teachers, people report the real problem, and the problem gets even worse as gummies are introduced into the system.
I certainly appreciate those concerns. Let me remind you that
you need to get rid of the gummies. The gummies are only for the kids. No adults eat gummies. This is what happens when society inappropriately focuses on only children, who are a minority of the population, by the way. We need to focus on the protecting of these kids. That's all that matters. We don't care how many veterans have served our country and it's screwed their brain up, and no amount of psychotherapy or other pharmacokinetic, treatment is actually able to get them to deal with their PTSD. But here we have cannabis that you can give to these people, and it like unlocks their brain and lets them chill out and focus on reality, not memories of the trauma they experienced under combat conditions.
Yeah. That a Schedule 3 does not put marijuana on the market in the United States.
No,
It's
it does
still
not, but you
highly
do know
controlled.
exactly what it does do, and you've, through the
What we
FDA,
need-
suggested that it's
Yeah, he knows what it does when you move it from a Schedule 1 drug to a Schedule 3 drug, but this Mr. Sessions has no freaking clue. He's just like, prohibited. Needs to stay prohibited. We got to protect our citizens and make sure nobody gets harmed by it. They can't even deal with the realistic harm potential of cannabis. So what's their approach? Well, we're just going to bash you once in a while and keep our hands off of it. And he's not the, everybody in Congress doesn't feel the same way he does, despite what he just got done saying. There are people that feel the exact opposite of it. And look at it and go, as a society, we have done a disservice to everybody that wants to use this product, and we throw them in a slammer. And not only did we throw them in a slammer, but a lot of places have adopted minimum sentencing requirements. So you get caught with a joint, and because you happen to live in the wrong part of the United States, in the wrong county, and you've got some zealot out there that's trying to make a name for himself as the DA, he's going to put you away in jail for years because you had a joint. Then you live in other parts of the country where they've changed their tune on it, or they had a different upbringing, and the cops won't even bust you if that's all you have because it's not worth their time. That's the reality of things.
not a dangerous product like heroin. Well, neither were cigarettes like heroin.
Well, with all due respect, I think it is differentiable from heroin, and
I think
cigarettes.
it is too, but
Cigarettes
it's a dangerous
directly
product.
cause death, and I appreciate that you feel that way. And your colleague just gave exactly the opposite.
The colleague just gave the exact opposite testimony. They were trying to get you to, speed this along. Like, why are we waiting? People are sitting in jail, rotting away because they got caught with a joint. And the only reason that they got punished is because you have it as a Schedule I controlled substance. Right? So why don't you do something about it? And now we got another guy that's drilling him the opposite direction. And the only reason I really played this section, not because, we're here to talk about cannabis legalization or not legalization or whatever. We're here to bring the fact to light that he knows that smoking kills half of the people that use it. Right? Mm-hmm. He just admitted that smoking kills. It's a known killer of the people that choose to use it. I'm more libertarian than anything else out there. So if people want to kill themselves, let them kill themselves. I don't have a problem with it. But he wants to be a protectionist sometimes and Dr. Death the other times.
Yeah. Hypocrisy.
That point of view.
She talked about the public opinion, not the medical opinion. You are a medical doctor, a cardiologist, and you are here to answer, and I thought you did do a fair job to answer that you do see where, when not used properly, it is a dangerous product, and it is a dangerous product, and I thank you very much, and I appreciate you being here today.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Christian Morte from Illinois for 5 minutes.
Oh, your favorite guy.
Dr. Califf, in February 2021, I was chair of this House Oversight Subcommittee's Economic and Consumer Policy Subcommittee We studied the presence of toxic heavy metals in baby food at that
There
time.
he is.
And in March of 2021, we issued a report with regard to the presence of lead, arsenic, cadmium, and mercury in astonishing levels in baby food products. For example, we found that baby food had, on average, 177 times the permissible amount of lead in drinking water. In response to public pressure coming off that report, FDA issued an action.
So let me get this straight, okay? 177 times the allowable limit of lead in drinking water, and there's no regulations to control this or change it or anything. So why don't you put a bill before the House on acceptable amounts in baby food? Because his answer to you is also always going to be, which is what he kept falling back to during his 5 hours of testimony, we're just referees. We don't make the rule book. We just enforce the rule book. Congress writes the rule book. And when there isn't a specific law about something, well, then we can't do anything about it. Yeah, we can put out, feelers and questions and ask the public what they think and have some consultation about it. We can have our scientists study it. But we can't do jack shit until you pass a law that tells us what we're actually supposed to go and do with it. But no, that's not what he's going to do.
See, outside the argument.
Roger's going to cry the blues that in 2021, he says, hey, man, this is a reality. They tested as baby food, and 177 times the legal limit in your drinking water is the levels that we found it in baby food, and we're feeding it to our infants.
Plan called Closer to Zero. This was the first time FDA would be regulating toxic heavy metals in baby food, which is obviously a good thing. When my subcommittee issued its report in March of 2021, FDA said that it would issue its initial draft guidance regarding permissible lead limits in baby food within 1 year, so roughly April 2022.
Lead? Jesus.
Instead, it missed that
lead, arsenic, a bunch of other heavy metals.
It's
not just, they bash vaping about having
heavy metals
coming off of the coils as they degrade, right?
The Closer to Zero
This
program.
isn't baby food.
I want to throw up here a screenshot.
So now he throws up a little chart, and he looks at the little chart, and he's like, in 2021, we told you to come up with standards. And right before the hearing today, my assistants, my little guinea pigs over here, they printed out what your website says today. You know what it said today?
I want to talk
updates
about
available.
When
Sorry
you
for
say
your luck.
Final guidance will be issued with regard to permissible limits of other toxic heavy metals. So in terms of when, for instance, arsenic in baby food would be examined and you'd be issuing final guidance on permissible levels. Your website says, and this is my red circle, no update. That's what it says, right?
Well, I don't know.
I'll take your word for it. I can't.
If you say
see it from
so.
this distance.
Let me talk
I don't
to you
know what
about
my website
cadmium
says.
levels. Again, screenshot from your website today. You say that we should expect final cadmium levels at some undetermined point, and again, your website says no update. You don't disagree with that, right?
I'm not up to date on the exact, but I'll assume that you're telling the truth here.
Thank you. Mercury, a dangerous toxic heavy metal in baby food.
What is he on?
Again,
he looks like he's stoned.
With regard to when we should expect
I think
hear
he's
from
partaking
you
in some of that
with regard
cannabis.
to
He's one of them 60s babies.
permissible levels of mercury in baby food, you say no update, right?
You say it must be so.
Dr. Califf, this is unacceptable. Completely
He looks like a
unacceptable.
1970s
It's been 3
German
years
porn star.
since we issued that report. The public, the parents are outraged about the amount of toxic heavy metals that are present in baby food. And quite frankly, sir, I respectfully say that your Closer to Zero program at this point is closer to zero updates.
Listen, this schmuck cried the blues about this baby food stuff. And don't get me wrong. Everybody in the country agrees that that stuff shouldn't be in baby food, right? How hard would it be to write a single one-page draft, get it passed through Congress, get the president sign off on it, and have the allowable limit be 0? Job done. Have a nice day. Move on. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to sit there and point fingers, and it's your fault that this isn't done, even though he's the one that's supposed to write the laws. Raj is the one writing the laws, not Dr. Califf. And now he's going to cry the blues about, look at this vape. You were supposed to do the same thing with vaping, and you didn't do shit.
The parents are outraged about the amount of toxic heavy metals that are present in baby food. And quite frankly, sir, I respectfully say that your Closer to Zero program at this point is closer to zero updates. And that's very, very disturbing. I want to turn my attention to another topic, which is the youth vaping epidemic. And you and I have spoken about this before as well.
There is no youth vaping epidemic, you moron. How is it you're allowed to go in before a committee where it's a congressional record and you're allowed to straight up lie about shit? There is no epidemic. Epidemic would require the numbers going way up. The numbers are in the gutter. Lowest nicotine use in recorded history.
Yeah,
but no, I'm going to keep pushing my agenda because I just got done talking about baby food, which is a real problem that you're not doing nothing about. So now that just amplifies my message about how you're not doing anything about vaping either. Even though he's decimated the consumer market that created vaping into what we know of it today. Bitch, all you want about disposables, but disposables wouldn't exist and wouldn't be so freaking delicious and fantastic in flavor and ability to get us to not want to smoke cigarettes if it wasn't for the consumer market that got it to where it is today. That's been completely decimated by the FDA and their PMTA process of blanket denying everybody because they're not even real companies. I'd be shocked at how many of the representatives basically said that, you know, it took you 3 years to weed out the bad actors that aren't even real companies. This 90-year-old representative in Congress. I mean, what's a real company to you, lady? This shit's not made in somebody's garage, although it could be, and it could be just as safe because there's basically 4 ingredients that go in there, 4 categories of ingredients that go in there. Vegetable glycerin, which is the majority of it, propylene glycol, some nicotine, and some flavoring. In that order. But they don't even know the truth.
Your own 2023 survey indicates that 10% of middle and high schoolers are vaping today. 90%
of them haven't touched one. But I'm going to still cry the blues about it. And that 10% number is tried it. Tried it. You're a user because you tried it.
None of them prefer flavored vapes.
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Krishnamurthy. Do you eat unflavored food? Do you prefer restaurants that don't season their food and they just take a slab of chicken, a hunk of meat, throw it on a grill, and then give it to you on the plate with no salt, no pepper, no seasoning whatsoever? That's what you like? Your crusade against flavors is the crusade against the property of vaping that makes it so enjoyable for adults that they would rather enjoy the flavors than the flavor of tobacco. You want people to change, well, then you give them something to change to that's different. The idiocy behind these people saying we should only have tobacco-flavored vapes because that's what tobacco users want.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. They say they do. They try it one time and go, man, this stuff doesn't work.
Yeah.
Well, that's because it's the same flavor as your nasty cigarettes. You can't tell the difference between them. How about you try this luscious cheesecake? Or maybe, I don't know, strawberries and cream, strawberry milk. You like strawberry milk when you were a kid? Try strawberry milk. You want something different that doesn't remind you, hey, man, there's a pack of cigarettes over there that costs me less. Nobody hassles me when I go to the gas station and buy it. No, we're going to ignore that part of it.
And the vast majority, sir, the vast majority of those flavored vapes are illicit vapes coming from China. Here's
Well, it's because they banned them all. And let me ask you another question, Mr. Krishnamurthy. What is the country where the majority of all of our consumable products that we buy in our stores come from? Do we make them here in the United States?
No.
No. Do most of them, probably 90% of them, come from China? Because it's the cheapest supply of labor and natural resources to make our products? What an idiot.
one of those illicit
Even
vapes
90%
right
of
here.
legal vape
It's a
products are
strawberry
made in China.
mango EB Create vape.
I would say
And
it's probably
illegal,
99.9% of them.
today because you folks have not
They
cleared
drove
the
out
of these
all
illicit
of
products.
the United States manufacturers of vaping products when they
7th,
created this
2023, a dozen
PMTA
of us wrote to
requirement.
you asking for a comprehensive
That's correct,
approach
yeah.
to dealing with these illicit Chinese vapes. And
Does he really think that he gets political clout by saying they're Chinese vapes?
Do you know
people
what it
naturally hate
kind of boils
Chinese
down to?
companies?
That's what I was just wondering, is like the US in general got some kind of hatred for China. Trump had all the shit and crap saying that China were the blame for the coronavirus and all that. He blamed China for this. Now they're blaming China for illegal. Have they just got some kind of grudge against China?
It's ridiculous.
Everything that comes
There's
from
a
China is
reason-
bad.
There's a reason the background to the scenes that we have here in OBS is nothing but a star field, us moving through, because that's essentially all we are. We're nothing more than little stardust in the realm of the whole universe. We're nothing.
Wow.
you didn't respond to me at that time, did you?
And now he's drilling in because, listen, we wrote you a nasty letter, a bunch of nasty things saying, how come you didn't get rid of all this vape stuff? And you didn't respond to it. And then he goes on to say, well, is it the reason you didn't respond to it because you really have no control over the situation? That you actually made worse because of your elimination of all the products because we told you to eliminate them? Wouldn't society be better off if you would have said, excuse me, but the science is pretty clear on the fact that we could eliminate 95% of the harm of tobacco if we simply authorized every single one of these products that came across our desk. But that's not what he says.
Yep.
He marches along saying, you would be shocked at the residue that's emitted from a vape. And my God, to think of the lifelong potential effects of that residue on somebody that would use it their entire life. Okay? Compare that to cigarette smoke lifetime use. It's still 95% less harmful. Cannot exceed 5% the harms of cigarette smoking. I'm not going to talk about that because I have an agenda for prohibition, and my agenda falls apart if I actually have to compare things and tell you the reality of the situation.
Sorry, it's a bit chilly in here.
What's the legal age of vaping and tobacco use, Raja or Dr. Califf? It's 21, so shut the fuck up and enforce the damn laws on these criminals that you call teens that we need to protect. And while you're at it, why don't you punish the parents too? Oh, wait a minute. That would be wrong because it's not actually harming your kid. You're just getting in an uproar about it because that's, well, the popular thing to do right now. The parents of these little heathens that are going to do whatever the hell they want. And it's easy to say parents of little heathens because we're, so pro-industry that got us to quit smoking. But the fact is, the little heathens are going to do what the little heathens do. Whatever you tell them not to do, well, that's become their candy. You tell me I'm not allowed to vape candy-flavored e-liquids? Well, that's what I'm going to go and find out why you tell me I'm not allowed to vape it. And then when it doesn't kill me, your credibility goes to shit, kind of like the FDA's credibility right now. Because they got questioned about all kinds of stuff, not just vaping, not just cannabis, but legit products that are out there that are killing people that haven't been taken off the market. And then you've got products out there that, well, when used appropriately in a medical setting, like electroshock therapy, it actually has medical benefits. And, well, because the popular opinion is that's horrible and demeaning, we're going to take it off the marketplace. So people that are using it right now to control their mental health that have successfully chosen to continue getting shock therapy won't be able to anymore because the FDA is taking it off the market because that's the popular thing to do because we're not following the science. That actually fucking helps somebody.
Just should chuck the question at him. Just say, hang on, you were a kid once. Did you do as you were told all the time? Did you do things that your parents told you not to do, but you went ahead and done them? Yes, you did. Everybody did. Part of growing up.
Everybody does.
Exactly. Everybody does.
And you shouldn't regulate society based on what the people that don't follow the laws are doing. That's a dog chasing its own tail.
Exactly.
It's the tail wagging the dog. That ass backwards.
There's no logic.
All right.
I've noticed.
I don't want this to take up the whole stream, so let's jump forward. We're going to go to the 2-hour, 26-minute mark.
The one thing I have noticed about when you chair these meetings, when you see these meetings they have, nobody seems to go to them prepared, do they? They're just like, he's sitting there questioning that FDA guy, and he's sitting there like a rabbit in headlights thinking, oh shit, what the fuck? They've got no preparation. I mean, Christ, he didn't even know what his own fucking website was doing. You know what I mean?
It's interesting that you brought that up, mate. It really is. That's a fantastic segue to the next segment, because in the next segment, every one of these idiots out there are reading prepared statements to question him, right? And he's the one that doesn't have prepared statements because he doesn't know what the questions are that are going to be asked of him. He knows what the message is, and he's going to stick to his message. As a matter of fact, there's a couple people that actually applauded him for sticking to their story, like when they were questioning ivermectin and stuff, and he wouldn't give in that there's other potential beneficial effects of using ivermectin, right? Definitely not for COVID, right? He's like, it's only effective for treating worms. That's it. Didn't it win a Nobel Peace Prize? Wasn't it hailed as a medicine that is more beneficial to society than penicillin was? Yes, but only for worms. He kept saying only for worms. If I had $1 for every time he said only for worms, I wouldn't ask you guys to, drop a super chat once in a while.
It was just kind of like, I was just like comparison, like, because like, when we showed with like Dr. Colin Mendelssohn's like statements in his meeting last week, he had a concise, precise answer for every question that was put to him. He's sitting there going, oh, I don't even know what my own fucking website's doing.
Because he doesn't. Matter of fact, they drilled him about the fact, listen, in the last 3 years, we've doubled the number of people employed at the FDA. 1,200 people you have under your control right now. And nothing is getting done. It's taken an average of 3 years for you to process anything, whether it be regarding vaping, PMTA applications, or whether it be baby food, or whether it be hair products that contain formaldehyde that's killing people, or electroshock therapy.
They're probably like every government fucking run, whether they're run by government or whatever, but they're like every government run organisation, especially in the UK, they've all got their noses in the gravy trough. They're just milking the gravy trough at whatever, and they don't give a fuck about anything else. They're lining their own pockets.
And despite what they're supposed to do, they're supposed to follow the science to protect the consumer and put things in relative risk categories, as in, yeah, this might hurt you, but it's not going to fucking kill you ever. So let's push that off to the side and worry about the things that are actually killing people every fucking day. No, they're not doing that. They've authorized 900 brand new cigarettes, 150 cigars, a bunch of heat not burn, a bunch of shisha products, over 1,200 brand new tobacco products that are going to cause harm to people in society, far and above what vaping could ever possibly do. Mm-hmm. And compare that to less than a dozen harm reduction products that Congress mandated they follow the science and authorize for society. But they keep sticking to the gun of, it's the onus of the manufacturer to prove their products won't ever addict a single child. And it also has benefits to people that smoke.
It's law enforcement. It's got to be enforced. It's got to be regulated and enforced. They're not doing it.
Yeah. So the segue I was talking about
not
earlier
just the
that you had
US,
brought up.
It's everywhere.
It says that, these people are not prepared, right? Every single one of these House of Representatives has a prepared speech that they're presenting as a question to the commissioner to answer, right? And he's got to come up with the answers even though he doesn't know what their questions are until they get done giving their speech. And then he's got to decide, what's the politically correct answer that I can give, right? And we had actually one of the representatives that says, I'm going to ask you a question and my staff's going to go fucking nuts right now because I'm going off the rails and not following the prepared type shit that they handed before me because I'm nothing more than a dancing chicken like everybody else in this room. But I have a personal stake in the matter and my history and my upbringing, so I want to ask you a question. And I'm sure that there was half a dozen people in the back room that their heads exploded when he said that, but this is the guy that was voted in office, not them, so it doesn't really matter what they think, right?
Yes, we've had multiple citizens' petitions, but as I've said, the requests have been to regulate these as dietary supplements, and they don't meet the definition of a dietary supplement because of elevated liver enzymes and other health problems that we believe make them unsafe. As
he's talking about hemp and he's talking about CBD. And it raises your liver enzymes. Excuse me, Dr. Califf, could you please tell us what raises your liver enzymes more? Ibuprofen or CBD stuff? Oh, you won't answer that question, will you? Because that's based on science and data and facts that nobody could argue with.
Supplements, but they could be regulated another way and made available if Congress thinks that's the right thing to do.
Are you an MD? It's not in my notes, but you were saying some medical things there, and I'm curious.
I'm a board-certified cardiologist, 35 years of intensive care unit and outpatient practice. Sadly, not practicing right now.
Yes, sir. So you would question whether we have a heart then, if you're a cardiologist. Is that correct?
Let's just say the heart and the brain are two different things.
Let the record reflect that our commissioner is punch drunk from being up here so long. So, but thank you, brother. I am concerned about hemp, and I'll tell you why. It's not in my notes, and it always makes my people nervous when I do this, go off the thing. But, hemp, my daddy fought in the Second World War, and I can remember, and I've seen videos of, help us grow hemp to save the world. They made rope out of it. And then, of course, it's a cousin of marijuana, but it doesn't have the THC level. And they come down here, and we pass this thing in the Farm Bill, and all these folks that want to grow hemp, they all say, oh, we've got the greatest thing in the world. But dadgummit, I'm a United States congressman, and I've got a little farm. I checked into growing hemp. It's not going to make you a fortune, but I have to get a dadgum fingerprint to do it. It just seems to me that the big boys in the cotton industry, I'm sure they'll be rushing up to my office right after I say this, but they wrote these dadgum regulations. You and I both know it. They don't want the competition. They don't want hemp in there. Hemp is, you can watch the videos. It's, these people say it's not the miracle that they claim it is because there's a huge labor factor involved in it.
So, in other words, cannabis industry is fighting the same problem that the vaping industry is. The product needs to be legalized, and it's appropriate for the protection of public health to let people consume what they want, because now we will actually provide a safe supply of this drug that's not tainted with fentanyl or arsenic or who knows what. But there's other industries that are going to lose fucking money if this gets authorized. Like the tobacco industry is going to lose money hand over fist. They're already losing hand over fist because all of their customers are no longer their customers. They're buying illegal Chinese knockoff vapes that aren't Chinese illegal knockoff vapes. They're just vapes. That isn't going to kill anybody.
On the subject of hemp, I mean, our royal family have been known to use hemp. Our wonderful Queen Victoria, one of the longest serving monarchs, used hemp to combat her period pains. And that is a fact.
Yeah.
Even though it was illegal.
But the cotton industry doesn't want hemp legalized. And if it is legalized, well, they want to throw in their 2 cents to make it as complicated as possible, kind of like the tobacco industry did with the PMTA application process and putting the onus on the industry to prove that nobody's ever going to take up a new addiction that wouldn't have had it if this product didn't exist. So we're going to keep it on the black market, and who cares what they put in it?
It just seems to be a pattern with anything that, if anything's got, going that they want to legalize, there's another company that doesn't want the competition that's trying to ban it. And it's just a pattern with anything. Like you say, cotton, hemp, cigarettes, vapes. What next? I mean,
3 more minutes and we're going to jump ahead to one last segment.
And it really
pharmaceutical
ticks
companies
me off
against
that
cancer cures.
These folks have been fed this bill of goods, and it's it's just not happening. It's not happening like it should. And I'm wondering, have you anyone, you and your office, had any meetings with the cotton industry officials in which hemp-derived products were mentioned?
That is a ridiculous question. I don't know anybody that's had a meeting with the cotton industry. That's kind of an industry that I would never meet with because we don't eat cotton. But I really don't know because I don't even know it's on my own fucking website. So for me to answer whether somebody in my FDA has ever met with the cotton industry, I can't say for sure because I really don't know my ass from a hole in the ground. I'm Dr. Death. My job is to keep the death march racing forward. Morticians for Dr. Califf. That's how I got put on this panel. Because I got big bank from Big Pharma to keep their products marching along. That's what I'm here for. So let's take a look at it. Why 28 million e-cigarette users are potentially e-cigarette users that are smokers that are going to die can't get legal vaping market product that doesn't come from big tobacco. Let's find out that question. Can you please? Can you answer that one question for me?
That successfully implementing harm reduction could dwarf the introduction of any new medical technology and its positive impact on our public health.
Did you hear that?
I recognize Mr. Fry from South Carolina.
Can dwarf anything in our medical industry.
Commissioner,
can
thank
provide.
you for being here. Congress enshrined harm reduction as a kind of a pillar in the 2009 Tobacco Control Act. The FDA's 2017 strategic plan embraced that harm reduction with the former FDA commissioner noting that successfully implementing harm reduction could dwarf the introduction of any new medical technology and its positive impact on our public health. Unfortunately, the Center for Tobacco Products' current leadership under the Biden administration seems to have abandoned harm reduction as a foundational principle of its tobacco policy by refusing to authorize other tobacco products that have been pending before your agency for years. Your agency is failing to acknowledge the need for real change to provide better options for 28 million
Here's your
American
poster to
smokers.
hold up later when you're bitching
study
about
from
it.
Yale University found that for every 0.7 milliliters of e-cigarette e-liquid that goes unsold due to flavor restrictions, 15 additional cigarettes are sold.
So how come you've not authorized any e-liquids that have been scientifically shown to decrease the number of cigarettes sold?
Exactly.
That's a question that will not get answered by this idiot. Dr. Death doesn't care about that because that doesn't care about, continuing the death march.
It was also found that e-cigarette flavor restrictions in place for at least a year yielded 20% increases in sales of cigarette brands.
20% increase in cigarette sales everywhere that they ban vaping.
Fortunately used by underage smokers. Can you explain why the FDA and the CTP have authorized 900 new cigarettes in the time that it has authorized only a handful of vapor products?
First of all, we haven't abandoned the principle that you described, but it's a little more complicated than that. It's a responsibility of the...
First of all, I'm not going to answer your question, so I need to segue real quick into a diversion in order to come back to your point so that I can circle around everything that you asked about in order to not answer your question but not seem like I'm trying to dodge your question. Ready?
The pause at the beginning gave it away.
Company to produce a data set that shows that the benefits of smoking of combustible tobacco reduction exceed the risks due to getting teenagers addicted. Vaping products get people addicted.
Same bullshit argument. We don't care about the lives of people that are going to be saved and not die. We care about whether or not a teenager that's going to break the law to get access to these products ends up with a lifetime addiction to nicotine. You know what? One question that was not asked by any one of these fucking people today? What would happen if a teenager gets a lifelong addiction to nicotine? And his answer would be, I don't know. But that's a serious question. Why don't we have the answer to that question? You've got Sweden, who's now become a smoke-free country because they've adopted snus as their harm reduction, and they've had that adopted and legalized for over 30 years. You can't tell me that there isn't somebody that has used snus for 30 years and never smoked a cigarette in their life. And you can't see what the health benefits or consequences would have been and how they're different than other people in society that don't use nicotine at all? Or is it that you know that there's no fucking difference? And in fact, if you really dig into the science and you had a large enough pool of population to look at, you might find out that, well, there's a bunch of beneficial effects of lifetime use of nicotine that's divorced from combustion. And, well, these people that use dip their entire life and never smoked a cigarette, well, they don't have Crohn's disease and they don't have a bunch of mental health issues, and Alzheimer's is almost non-existent in this group of people. But we don't know if it's the nicotine that gave them those protective effects.
Less chance of contracting they probably haven't got any less chance of contracting any cancer as well. Do you know what I mean?
Well, they know that there's no difference in the number of people that use nicotine and the people that don't use nicotine, because nicotine doesn't cause cancer. Doesn't contribute to cancer. Doesn't make cancer grow faster if you consume it versus you don't consume it.
Wow. The nicotine,
Wow.
if it's a new user. So we've always got to balance that risk of getting millions of teenagers addicted to the benefit to adults with combustible tobacco.
But where's the harm? You're protecting kids from coming down with something that won't actually harm them and may potentially benefit them. Earlier in the testimony, he was actually questioned about how come we don't actually suggest people take vitamin D on a regular basis that don't get exposed to sunshine. And he goes into some long-winded explanation about how, well, when we look at the science, the people that don't need vitamin D's, support supplements, they typically have a healthier life because they're typically out in the sun and they typically are well-to-do and they typically don't need any of this supplemental stuff because they have a diet that is actually rich in natural sources where the body can make its own vitamin D.
Bullshit.
And the people that need the supplements, that don't get the supplements, well, they're the rot of society, and we don't give a shit about them. We're going to let them die because we can't really help them anyway. This is Dr. Callis, not Dr. Califf.
The thing is, I talk about a nicotine addiction through vaping, right? The worst kind of nicotine addiction is if they pick up a cigarette, then you're hooked. That is instant.
Exactly. And there are scientific studies that were done because Penn State University's professor that we see on Twitter once in a while, when he gets some free time, actually did studies and said, well, let's compare nicotine users that, do vaping, do a patch, and smoke a cigarette. And who gets addicted harder and faster and more? Guess. The cigarette smoker becomes addicted instantaneously. But when you divorce it from combustion and you let them have a pouch or you let them have a vape or you let them have a patch or a spray or a gum, well, they don't really get addicted to it. They consume it in a reasonable quantity when they're not children trying to do acting out to get attention or doing it for peer pressure reasons. There is no negative consequences of a lifetime use of it. But we're not going to study it because, like cannabis, we've relegated ourselves to a stance And none of our science dollars will ever go to study this because it doesn't benefit us. It benefits industry, and we're not allowed to do that.
Okay.
Shit.
So there are 23 products now on the market that have.
Liar! There aren't 23 products on the market because, well, certain companies went out of business because their products suck so bad. That's the reason why no kids would ever get addicted to it, because no adults ever wanted it either. There's like 10 products available on the market for sale, legally authorized by the FDA.
Have met that standard, and other companies are welcome to submit their data and produce the data showing that they meet that public health standard.
Does CT
Other companies are authorized to go out and spend millions and millions of dollars to get enough science about just their product, even though that's not how people use vapes. I don't know anybody that only uses one particular brand, one particular flavor, their entire adult vaping life. It's the choice and the variation of flavors that keeps people vaping, because they have to continue to enjoy it. What happens if you were to only drink strawberry milk the rest of your life and no other beverages are allowed? You would eventually become emaciated because you get sick and tired of strawberry milk. We're not going to look at that aspect
You would
of it
turn
either.
into a strawberry.
Yeah. Reminds me of an episode of House where the guy was sitting there eating something and it had food coloring in it, and he turned blue because that's all he wanted to eat. That's all he loved. He ended up turning blue. Looked like an Endorian from Star Trek.
But that cherry thing on Willy Wonka and the kid turned purple.
Yeah.
TP still believe in the continuum of risk of nicotine products, and does the FDA think it's helpful for adult smokers who would otherwise continue smoking cigarettes to switch from combustible cigarettes to smoke-free alternatives? Yes or no?
There's not a yes or no answer to that, because for adults, the best thing to do is to stop using tobacco products altogether.
Oh, bullshit prohibitionist agenda. It's not a yes or no question. The only yes answer you're going to get from me is prohibition. We got to ban them all. Did that work for cannabis? No. Are you legalizing cannabis because of the illicit supply that's killing more people than if we legalize the market? Yes. Why doesn't that apply to vapes? Because the only effective method is to breathe clean, fresh air with no vapes. Well, that doesn't apply to cannabis? No. It only applies to tobacco products. Why? Well, let me go on another segue, because I can't answer that question because it'll prove that there's a logical fallacy here, and I don't know my ass from a hole in the ground.
The second best would be to switch to a vape, but the very best would be to be, as we already discussed, if you look at the residue from vaping relative to no use of any tobacco product, it's, raises a number of issues over the long.
I think the concern that I
raises a number of issues. Could you elaborate on any one of those issues? It's water soluble.
No.
Your lungs can excrete it on its own.
A person that doesn't vape or smoke doesn't need to vape. So what's he talking about? If you don't vape or smoke, happy days.
Well, when you're a prohibitionist, all you focus on is the prohibition. You ignore everybody that doesn't add to your narrative, and it's that simple. All right, a couple seconds left.
sir, and I think the concern that many people share is that seems to be an abandonment of a congressional, not only intent, a directive that we're going to pursue harm reduction as an actual strategy in the country. And if you have 900 cigarette that have been approved and only a handful of vape or other products, that seems to be divergent to what Congress has outlined for your agency. Would you not agree?
Exactly. Is the FDA appropriate for the protection of public health when they authorize 900 brand new cigarettes for sale, but only authorize 3 new vaping products that are harm reduction that won't harm people that pick it up as a lifetime new habit? compared to the 900 brands of cigarettes you've just newly authorized for sale? How are you protecting the public when you allow that kind of behavior to take place? You don't recognize the harm reduction potential because it's a tobacco product. If it was cannabis, sure, we'll authorize them. No problem. Even though it's going to raise your liver enzymes. That's why it's not a food supplement product. We can't authorize it as a food supplement, just as a recreational product.
Shit.
Agree with that? I'm not familiar with the 900 term, so I'd have to go back and look at that. But
wait a minute. You're arguing against harm reduction because it's a tobacco industry ploy, but you are totally unaware of the fact that your agency has authorized 900 brand new combustible cigarettes because the statutory requirement for them is, well, as long as it kills half of the people that use it, we have to authorize it. Fuck off.
You didn't know jack shit.
Play stupid when he wants to because it's so convenient to lie. When you know deep down inside what you're doing is killing people, Dr. Death. Go pound salt.
I would have actually asked the question, do you know actually what goes on in your fucking department, mate? Because you don't fucking seem to, do you? Jesus, fuck.
Because he's nothing more than a dancing chicken. Like the rest of the politicians that were asking the questions that were all staged ahead of time.
Wow.
So here's a brand new website that I came across this week. Nick posted something on Twitter that I came across, and I'm like, oh, what's this website? Let me take a look at this and learn all about this. Brand new, right? They have a Twitter page. It's only got like 23 followers or something, so you definitely know it's new, right? But 2024 Effective Anti-Smoking Policies Global Index ranks countries representing a massive 5.5 billion people, a staggering 69% of the world's population. By offering both overall rankings and product-specific assessments, the index provides a crucial roadmap. See, their editor is so wonderful you can't even find a missing space in the sentence. The index provides a crucial roadmap for countries to identify areas for improvement and learn, another missing space, from effective policies adopted worldwide. Your stuff looks beautiful, but you can't even get a freaking editor to review your shit before it goes live.
Jesus.
So I'm like, okay, where the hell does the United States lie on this? And where does Australia lie on this? And India and China and all these other ones? How come we don't have any data on Russia? I think that goes more to whoever's putting his website live than it goes to, gathering universally accessible data.
There's two big chunks of the planet missing there, most of Africa and most of Russia.
Yeah.
There's only little dots in Africa.
So England is number one, despite the fact that they're going to be taxing vaping products now. But that got me thinking, okay, well, what is this standard and where did you come up with the rankings for it? And how flawed is your categorization process? Because if you're looking at smoking rates, well, why isn't Sweden ahead of UK? Because the number of smokers, percentage of population in England is higher than it is in Sweden. Sweden's the only country that's achieved less than 5% of their population smoking combustible cigarettes.
Exactly.
Okay. I mean, this is what the numbers are. This is what the numbers are. And when you take a look at what their categorization was, you understand how they come up with these numbers. Look where everybody ranks. Canada's at 15. Where's the United States? I would expect it, be somewhere in the middle of the list. Here we have Japan at the bottom, despite the fact that heat not burn is actually, transitioned a bunch of people away from combustion. They get 0 points for vaping because it's banned. So that drops them all the way to the bottom of the list. simply because they haven't adopted vaping. Vietnam is the last place. Arguably, these all scored 0 from Australia down, so they're all tied for 64th place.
Holy moly.
Anyway, there's a link in the description if you want to check this out and figure out why the United States is near the top of this fucking list at number 9. Even though federally vaping has been banned to PMTA process, and the FDA said, fuck you, we're not authorizing anybody besides the ones that have already received permission.
It's an odd one, isn't it?
They base it on taxes and a bunch of other criteria. Their methodology is true. It's reproducible, but I don't think their methodology is as wonderful as it should be. I think the United States should have gotten a blacker eye than what they got. But because, we've got a bunch of states in the United States, we have to do an average over all 50 states. We couldn't possibly have, put each individual state in here with its own ranking. We couldn't have possibly took Canada and broke it down into the 5 provinces of Canada. Right?
Nope.
There's 5 provinces in Canada. Maybe I'm wrong. Northern Territories maybe counts as a separate one, whatever. Regardless. At least we have something. Some basis of comparison.
I'll do.
But what do we have in the United States? What do we have in the United States? Oh, my goodness. The United States Federal Food and Drug Administration published this mockery of a fucking webpage. The relative risks of tobacco products. Significant progress has been made in reducing cigarette smoking in the United States through comprehensive population-level strategies like authorizing 900 brand-new cigarettes and only 3 vaping products.
That's really going to work.
That's really going to work. We're committed to protecting the health for all people in the United States as long as they don't smoke. If they smoke, they're already dead in our eyes. Dr. Death says that prohibition's the only approach, so they're all dead. We don't count them. That's why we're so successful, because, well, we just don't look at people who smoke. Problem solved. So simple. What is meant by relative risks? No tobacco product is safe. Why did you say that? That totally breaks English grammatical writing techniques. What is meant by relative risk of tobacco products? Your first sentence, which should be the sentence that forms the rest of the paragraph, should have been about relative risk. There is a continuum of risk of tobacco products, with combustible cigarettes at the extreme end with the most harm and no product use on the other end. Right? No. No product is safe. However, the health risk for different tobacco products exists on a spectrum, and this is sometimes referred to as a continuum of risk. And combusted and smoked tobacco products, such as cigarettes, are the most harmful, and non-combusted products and e-cigarettes are generally have a lower health risk. So 99% to 100% is cigarettes, and 98% is all we'll ever admit to being the relative risks of vaping, even though it cannot exceed 5% the harms of cigarette smoking. Fuck off. You're doing nothing more than confusing the public even more than you already have. Contributing to the number of smokers dying from their habit. Because they don't know any better, because you made them fucking stupid with your infinite wisdom. But
I wonder why there's
definitely
so much
want to
confusion around it.
We definitely want to correct the confusion about rescheduling marijuana. Marijuana combustion is definitely better for you than vaping. And we're going to send a letter to the DA to get them to reschedule it to Category 3 instead of Category 1. Because it's not as harmful as heroin, even though, we spent the last 10 lustrum, maybe 20 lustrum, telling people that it was. Reefer madness, right? It's a brand new letter.
See, that's kind of a grey area, like how harmful it is, because I suppose at the end of the day, it's how you take it. Obviously, if you light a joint in, it may as well just be to take tobacco. You know, you're burning it.
I'm a science guy, man. I'm a realist.
I mean,
guess what? There is no science about it because it's been a Schedule 1 this whole time, and it's against the law to fucking study it because it has no medical benefit to society. So don't study it because you're not allowed to, because it's as harmful as heroin. Can't benefit anybody, so we're not allowed to study it.
I wouldn't go that far.
Well, they have. That's what the law is. As a Schedule 1 drug, it's against the scientists to even study it. So all we know is, 60 years of anecdotal information and the millions of people that have used it their entire life and I haven't died from it yet because they don't smoke it like you would smoke a cigarette. Kind of makes you wonder why, Vape Science time, kind of makes you wonder why you would have these three schmucks come up with this thing that we talked about last week, but we didn't actually cover. Nicotine exposure from packaged cigarettes in tobacco retail settings. We talked about this last week, but we didn't go into detail because these schmucks put a sensor at the cash register and a sensor back by the refrigeration coolers and said, oh my goodness. I don't know why the fireworks isn't working today, Addie. It's twice now. So the only thing that could possibly emit nicotine at the cash register that isn't seen at the coolers in the back of the store is the sealed packs of cigarettes. We're so brainwashed as scientists, we can't even come up with a realistic, truthful answer about where could that potentially come from. Could it potentially come from the secondhand smoke of smokers that threw their butt into the ashtray right before they walked in the store and they waft in the cigarette smoke with them as they walk into the store to the cash register to buy another pack? Or walk to the back of the store to get a soda and then walk up to the register to get a pack of smokes and walk out? No. That would require us to actually look at study that's done a long time ago.
Maybe the smell of tobacco in their clothing and all that, the stink. You know what I mean?
We all stunk when we smoked cigarettes because we didn't know any better.
Yeah, exactly.
So why isn't fireworks triggering? Oh, well, that shouldn't matter.
Odd.
Anyway, that's our Vape Science for today. That's our news segment for today.
I've got a little addition to that.
Yeah?
I've got a little addition to that, actually. Just a couple of quick ones, really. Here in the UK, that's the latest kind of news that's going. There's been a big seizure of illegal vapes, apparently, in Liverpool. It's the council said it had warehouse quantities of illicit vapes, whatever you would class as an illicit vape. And a total of more than 3,500 vapes were taken from one shop alone, with a total street value of £42,000. So this is before it gets banned. You know what I mean? That's fucking absolutely nuts. And then something a bit off topic, which I think where the government's took their eye off the ball because it's not an important thing, but drinking rates have increased in the UK since COVID. Nearly 2,500 more people died from drinking than in 2019, which was 7,565 deaths. That's for alcohol. The year before the virus hit and caused already heavy drinkers to increase their intake, the Office for National Studies, there was a 33% jump and alcohol deaths through COVID. But nothing's been said. No national outbreak, no news headlines. It's just a little silent killer in the background that everybody's just totally ignoring. Another one
Perfectly
of
fine.
the bullshit. Yeah. Another one of the things your government, alcohol, it's fine. We all like alcohol, but there you go. That's just my two little snippets I picked up today. But wow, alcohol intake is increasing. Wonder why?
That's all
This
right.
government
I
could
got
drive
another one
any
for you.
fucker to drink. This government
I got
drives
another one
anybody
for
to
you.
drink.
There you go. Even though the ad takes up the whole freaking article, I don't understand why people think that this is a good thing. Forcing you to log into a page that you don't want to log into, forcing you to see advertisements that cover up the content that you actually came to the website for. Child vaping hospitalizations skyrocket 733%, including kids under 5.
Wow.
How are kids under 5 even getting a hold of these products?
Nah.
Huh? And what products are they using that gets them hospitalized?
It's like that story. It's like that story I touched on last week, where the parent actually posted a video of her giving a child a fucking vape device.
Last year, there were 50 admissions to hospital for vaping-related disorders. For what? What vaping-related disorder are you even talking about? Including 11 aged 4 or under.
It'll probably be through another medical condition. They had one in the UK where a child got admitted to hospital through vaping. Turned out she was an asthmatic. Oh dear.
But just because they're an asthmatic doesn't mean that they're going to be in the hospital.
She was also vaping THC.
So the goal here isn't to bash the parents that don't parent their children. The goal is here to bash the technology that is saving adults. Because it's more about getting ad revenue from clicks and subscribers than it is about telling people the truth. William says, it's better to blindside with the headline rather than actual facts. Nobody cares about the facts.
Oh, hell yeah. Exactly. Headlines sell papers, don't they? Headlines sell.
That's all they care about. All right. Enough of the news. We're an hour and 43 minutes into it. We went over 15 minutes from what I originally planned. But it is definitely time for a flavor explosion. Some alcohol.
Oh, yeah.
Calm us down. Up for your entertainment today, I once again reverted back to Rebel Hard Coffee. Today we've got ourselves a maple pecan latte, malt beverage with natural flavors and 100% Arabica coffee, 5% alcohol by volume. For your entertainment today, Neil Pitts, hello and welcome. And Addie Tooney, I missed you when you dropped in earlier.
Sorry.
I think my firewall is blocking certain network activity. That's why the fireworks doesn't work. It also works why some of the sound effects don't work. But my mate is back, and he has for you guys.
Sorry, I used this opportunity to go for a quick toilet break. I'm visiting an old friend. Because of, like, you know, the clocks changing to summertime, the light nights, and we're hoping for the lovely warm summer days. I've gone back to my refreshing friend, the good old-fashioned K cider.
Nice.
This stuff is delicious. This is, well, I'm probably pushing the board out for a school night because this is 7.5% by volume. So, but yeah, this is delicious stuff. I absolutely love it. It's premium liquids with superior quality here, being marked with K. So when you want the ultimate in quality, look for the K cider. And it's produced in Glasgow apparently. So there you go, bit of Scottish thingy, but there it is. It's tremendous. I love a bit of cider in the summer. So I'm going to crack that open and bid you cheers, my friend. Oh, you want the coffee again, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Again.
Oh. You would hate this.
So refreshing.
Because you hate cold coffee.
Oh, do you want to nah.
So this takes it to the next level. It's not just a coffee, iced coffee. This is a latte that's iced and has some alcohol in it. And this one's supposed to be a maple pecan. I can tell it's not a simple latte, but I'm not really getting a whole heck of a lot of the maple pecan. There's hints of maple in here, but there's no characteristic to that pecan at all.
I just can't get my head around coffee as a cold beverage. It just doesn't compute with me. Like,
I love it. I love it. Well, that's just like the coffee I have on my desk here. This is no longer warm. This is cold now too. Not as cold as this Rebel coffee, but it's essentially, room temperature coffee now.
Would you drink black coffee? Is that how you have your coffee, black?
This one's got some cream in it, some vanilla caramel creamer.
A bit of creamer, yeah. Oh, damn it. You get the thing of Americans when they go, I'm going to have a coffee, they pick this jug off and it looks like black tar, and the way they go, they go, oh, no.
Oh, yeah, I drank plenty of that when I was a paramedic. I says no longer. When I retired from that, I'm like, listen, I'm going to enjoy my flavor. I don't care.
Yeah, what the hell with that?
Yeah.
That looks strong stuff. It looks like a pot of Guinness.
That's a good idea. Capella's butter pecan.
No way. That's going to put some shit in it. That's cool.
Now I need to look this up because I don't have Capella's butter pecan, and I should. I know I made Mallory's pecan pie. So what flavor do I have that's butter pecan?
Yeah, you've definitely done that. 'Cause I remember you doing that, the pecan pie.
My flavors, quick find. Butter. Purellum, that's why.
Purellum. Oh. You're going to go for that, aren't you? You're going for it, aren't you? Oh, my Lord.
What? That's what it's originally for, mate. What do you think is in the creamer I buy from the store shelves?
Stir it with a spoon, man. You've got to stir it. You've got to stir it with a spoon. That's got to be a good one, isn't it, when you go to a restaurant? What would you like in your coffee, sir? Ooh, I would like some...
Oh, don't worry. I brought my own flavoring. Thank you.
That's what I'm saying. Just as it is, I've got my own.
Damn, that's good.
It'd be like stinking a bottle of vodka in a nightclub, wouldn't it? I've got my own.
Get some whipped cream and slosh it in there. We're good to go.
Oh my God. I think we've touched
It's what
on
it
a
originally
new
came from,
genre
the
here.
food industry. I love it.
I think we need to change the title of this show. Cooking with
Drop your hand checks in there. Time for me to go check the Facebook page and see if anybody dropped their hand checks in. We do have a couple things
yes.
that we did not cover earlier that I wanted to take a look at in the news section.
Oh.
There's the flavor stash. But speaking of our Nimrod out there in chief from Australia.
Oh, look at that.
Professor
That's
from
nice.
Sydney. You can't be much of an environmentalist if you pump nicotine and toxic compounds into your lungs daily. Screw you. The toxicology report from my vape is far lower than what I ever had from a cigarette. And nobody ever bothered to ask me for a toxicology report when I was smoking. You don't ask smokers for toxicology reports when you talk about their habit, do you? No. I'm out here to push the prohibitionist message. And look at that vape. Look at that destroying the environment. Nobody in their right mind would throw that away. That's a proper modern tank.
No, yeah.
That's not an environmental hazard because nobody in their right mind is going to throw this away. Works great. And the battery dies, I change the battery out. Problem solved.
I beg to differ that statement. Millions of tons of plastic from e-cigarettes. I beg to differ. There's fucking that many plastic products on the planet this moment. It's not just fucking vaping plastic. Trust
What about
us.
child toys, laptops, cell phones? Take your pick.
Bottles.
Dollar
I
store
think it was
plastic
something I
items
used.
that break because they're cheap.
I think I seen an article on the news where they took a blood sample from a patient and they actually found these microplastics in his blood. That's how bad it's getting. Now, actually,
You love your fish and
contaminating
chips, though,
us.
don't you, mate?
Oh hell yeah! Well,
What do
that's
you
where
think
it's
is in
coming
your?
from. It's in the
What do
food
you
chain,
think is
innit?
in your fish?
Yeah, it's in the food
Microplastics.
chain. Eating plastic.
It's in the food chain because it's in the fish that you're eating.
Yeah.
But no, they're going to keep pushing their message. Look, Mallory's sitting here calling them out, talking about what vaping does to your teeth. The same shit that your toothpaste does. Exact same ingredients. Why are you being stupid? Rights for Vapors want to thank Sweden. You know what you were talking about. As the first smoke-free country in the world. Canada can do the same if our leaders had the courage.
Well, this is
That's
it.
the proper way to get your leaders to listen to you. Not the way I do it. I call them a bunch of schmucks and idiots and stupid retards that are ruining society. FDA Commissioner Dr. Califf is Dr. Death because he only fosters messages that continue to kill people. Martin Collip. Here we go. With declining youth usage and increased adult adoption of e-cigarettes, many of whom have quit smoking, the FDA must reconsider its previous denial orders.
Yeah.
Go check out the
Totally
article. Actually written by Lindsay, not Martin. Lovely ashtray.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Here's an article if you want to check it out. Had enough bad news from the news.
One of the ashtrays.
But it really burns my wire. I mean, it doesn't matter where you look. All you see is constant messaging that is fostering agendas. The agendas are clashing. They're coming from all different sources and stuff. You know, we like to push Bloomberg because that's where most of the money comes from. But realistically, I mean, there's a bigger picture at play here. There's always going to be people that disagree with what your position is. I don't care what position you want to pick. There's going to be somebody out there that thinks the opposite of what you think. Whether they're right or wrong is irrelevant. The sad reality in our society is the loudest and squeakiest voices get the most attention.
But, I mean, I think I might have missed his point, but I'm sure William Dobson said they put that bill through Parliament about this fucking can't buy cigarettes if you were born in 2009. I know they were going to vote on it, but we haven't really heard anything nationwide about it. And that was like back in March? Never heard fuck all about it.
It's probably my daughter coming home from school. She was in Florida for the world competition for cheerleading.
Oh, yes. I think she was at home.
So she finally got her flight back last night. She came home late last night, went to school. She should have gone to school. I'm assuming she did. I haven't got a call from the school yet saying that she wasn't there. Anyway, time for us to switch over to our dad jokes.
Oh.
No.
Nope, that's hand checks.
Hand checks. Hand checks.
You find that's hand checks, my friend. Look.
All right.
I know the software.
So that's William Dobson's lovely setup there.
I know the software might be going a bit bananas, but we don't need the horse going a bit bananas, mate. Just.
You're absolutely right. But here we go. William Dobson's hand check for today on pre-made juice has not got everything sorted yet from his move.
Red and black.
This is red and black, a back note of licorice with a slight candy strawberry, along with a Juggernaut V2 on top of the Aegeus Classic 21700 mod.
That tank is fantastic. I own that myself, the Juggernaut. Fantastic tank. QP.
That's one I don't have in my inventory.
Quality. Oh, cracking tank. Lovely tank. It's like when I dug that the Violator out, you know, I've got a couple of QP things lying about and I just haven't used for a while.
I knew this was going to be an issue. Let me fix this while I'm here.
I just... Like I said, QP, I mean, they're Canadian, aren't they? They're a Canadian company, QP.
There you go. Locked in. Got your logo on the screen.
Ah, okay.
It was hidden because I changed them, reformatted the size of our images and stuff, and I'm like, that's not out in the open yet. I'll fix that when we're live. Priorities, mate. I got other things to worry about sometimes. He said that the Juggernaut V2 has similar airflow to the Reload 26. I've been told by a lot of people to go buy the Reload 26.
Yes, it's one thing I've been meaning. It's still quite an expensive bit of kit. I've been looking at it. It's still
like 60 quid.
50, 60 quid mark. But it's supposed to be a fantastic tank. And it's something that... I see that's the thing when... You know yourself when you get the new releases coming out and the hype and everybody buys it and buys it and buys it. But if you wait a while, you can get, I mean, a good example was like, this drop dead too. 20 quid. It's been out for a month, but I got it for 20 quid. And it's only been out, so you kind of wait for the hype to go over and hopefully the prices come down. But that tank has held its price for such a long time. It's never came down. It's never came down, the price of that Reload. Second hand, William Dobson, second hand? How dare you? How dare you? That's blasphemy.
What on earth is going on with this firewall today? It's blocking all kinds of stuff I have set up as network features.
You don't know who's had that in their mouth, sir. Second hand. Who's had that? They might not have stuck it in their mouth. They may have stuck it up their ass.
Listen, it can be sterilized. I work in the medical field. You'd be surprised at the shit that we reused.
Oh, don't even fucking go there. Because I've just had it fucking... No.
Well, think about the surgeon that has to do bowel surgery. Right? When they cut out, your intestines or whatever because it's cancerous. All those tongs and stuff are covered in shit.
I can understand the medical sterilization, definitely. But, yeah. That's a different category.
Man, that's the benefits of understanding science. Science applies universally to everything. There's a body of science, a body of knowledge that has already done the studies and research and understand it. And when you put that into universal adaptation, you understand that, well, you could do the same thing yourself. Hunters take their knives and clean them and sterilize them and reuse them. Doesn't matter what was on it. Cleaned out. I don't know what's going on with my firewall. Why it's blocking all this stuff. I've reloaded this page half a dozen times. It doesn't work.
Damn.
All right. Time for some dad jokes. Time for some laughs to blow off all this steam.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Yo, what is a vapor's favorite fantasy film? Cloud Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Line.
Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did the vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope. I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
Classic cars, because in 60 years, no one will open a barn door and be excited to find a 2003 Kia.
Hell no.
No. I have so many questions.
Hell no.
What,
Dog? Nah, that's not real. That's Photoshop.
That's
Gotta be
real, mate.
Photoshop. Get to fuck. Holy moly. Why, I wonder.
Is this you two?
Oh,
Your
yeah.
favorite songs on the radio?
Yeah.
Turn into a karaoke machine?
Oh, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. No, I don't tell you. I've turned into a fucking rock star, mate.
Well, let's be realistic. We should all probably get some therapy for all the issues that we conceal with humor. Okay. Interactive show. Once again, name your favorite seaside place as a child. Everybody's got to have one.
That's a no-brainer. I practically grew up there.
Yeah. Where is it?
Whitley Beer.
For me, I grew up in Cleveland, so the Metro Parks in Cleveland also extends to the beachfronts along Lake Erie. We always went to the one in Bay Village. And it was so nice to just get out there. They have the break wall set up and they have their beach, and it's not as sandy and luxurious as, you know, Outer Banks in South Carolina or whatever. But that's where I used to go and chill out as a kid. Half dozen times my mom took us.
In our part of the world, we're blessed with a long coastline. You know, you can go from Sunderland, Roker, all up to Tynemouth, Whitley Bay, you know, but Whitley Bay was, I mean, I did go to Roker a lot of times, but me go-to favourite, I mean, South Shields, that was a bit of a favourite because we used to have a place called Marsden Rock, which was a big, massive nesting site for all the seabirds. Huge fucking rock, big nesting site for all the seabirds. That was popular. But Whitley Bay, we've got St Mary's Lighthouse is there. You can go out, you can walk out, you can go in the lighthouse, all that kind of shit. It had Spanish City, which was like an amusement centre and all that. It was fantastic there. Loved it. Spoiled for choice for beaches, definitely. Just wish the weather was better, that's all.
I'm not a beach whale, so I don't care for, you know, going out and hanging out on the beach and stuff. But I remember as a child, you know, it was a completely different thing. As I've gotten older, it's like, I'd rather go for a hike in the mountains, under the shade trees, and go look for some wildlife.
I mean, I like the countryside as well, but you know, I mean, nothing like standing the coast without just that sea air coming up on you.
Some people love.
Baby.
They love the beach. You know, some people insist on buying houses along the shore because they love hearing that surf 24 hours a day.
Yeah. Fantastic. So relaxing.
Listen, this is why we don't have a bumper yet for our hand checks. Because I tried to, like, you know, come up with something, and the software told me to go pound salt. This mixes ass. Session terminated. Start over. This model has built-in internet connectivity. It will automatically post your shit on Facebook and Twitter.
So fucking true. No, it is. Mine is on the toilets, right? We've got these ones at work, right? They've got a sensor on the back that automatically fucking flushes. So you sit down, it flushes. You move, it flushes. You fucking get up, it's constantly flushing while you're in the moment. It's just
it's trying to act as a bidet.
Fucking
constantly you have that swooshy airflow underneath your ass when you're.
Oh, it's not good, like. No.
Mallory Gates, was a brat, an Army brat child. Lake Belton, it's part of Fort Hood. Many days in Galveston, Texas, right on the Gulf.
Very nice.
After seeing a group of people in a pool huddled together under an umbrella to try to stay dry, I totally understand why aliens don't visit us.
What the fuck? Hang on a minute. You're immersed 3/4 deep in water. What the fuck are you doing?
Especially considering that umbrella is nothing more than a lightning rod in a storm.
Exactly.
Okay, what was your favorite sandwich growing up? You're going to laugh when you hear mine. Or you might be, like, disgusted by it.
In my era, maybe disgusted by ours. Sugar bread. Butter, dip it in sugar, one sandwich.
See, over here, we did a twist with it. Ours was a cinnamon toast. You would toast the bread, put the butter on it, melted butter, and then cinnamon sugar. That was the beautiful snack. But for me, with my Hungarian heritage, there were plenty of times when it was like, can we get a snack before we go to bed? My mom would pull out the sour cream and lather up a slice of bread with sour cream, and you go, here's your snack.
I could go with that. Definitely.
Hey, look at that, Neil Pitts. I saw Jaws. 78. I was 9. Wouldn't go in the water till I was 12. Hard to believe Jaws did come out in 1978. was only 8 years old back then.
That's a thought. What's the most shark-infested beach in America?
I don't know. It doesn't really matter because most sharks won't actually come and attack you. Unless you're wounded. Then their instincts take over.
Where me wife's... Oh, something beach. Where me wife's relatives live in the US, this beach is the most shark-infested beach. It's just south of NASA. It's something Shore Beach. Is it something Shore Beach or something it's called? Oh, I should have said it now. It's something Shore Beach, but it's supposed to be the most shark-infested beach in America, apparently. It's worse than Australia, apparently, for great whites.
Addie Tooney, our fact checker today, says Crystal Beach Park. Sadly, now all gone. And for the sandwich question, Mallory's like, it's a toss-up. Hot ham and cheese or a hot roast beef with barbecue sauce? That's your Texan coming out in you there. Roast beef with barbecue sauce. Here's a question for you for barbecue. Wet sauce that's sweet or wet sauce with vinegar or dry rub? For me, it's dry rub. They take the seasoning and they rub it onto the meat and then cook it like that. That dry rub just infuses so much flavor into the actual meat.
Well, yeah, I'll probably go that way. Definitely.
Neil Pitts is like Italian beef sandwich. I definitely don't want to eat anything right now after what my dog let out of his rear.
Hell
Damn,
no,
boy.
You dirty little fecker.
Here we have the Imperial Stormtrooper and the Metric Stormtrooper. One's 5'11", the other one's 180 centimeters.
Get to fuck. Where's that gone? There you are.
This is just marginally funny. Okay? Is that butter? No, it's Stonehenge. I can't believe it's not butter.
Oh, fucking hell. Get the fuck.
Hey, man, back in the day, this was my iPad. Did you have one similar?
That's just sketch.
I was your typical rambunctious child. I did what I wasn't supposed to. I took it apart. How does this thing work? Move this dial and it draws on the lines?
I don't know if you heard in the US, but you ever heard of a thing back in the day called Tonka toys?
I love Tonka toys. My dad drove over it with the car.
They were supposed to be indestructible, weren't they? Big heavy duty, you got big trucks and plant machinery, and I must be the only English person in the UK who could break a Tonka toy.
No, the problem was I left it out on the driveway when we got done playing, and Dad was going somewhere and backed right over it. I had a beautiful Texaco tanker truck, and I had the typical Tonka dump truck. Yeah, they were both ruined in the same...
That's the one I destroyed. I didn't destroy it because I was abused to it. I actually took it apart. I dissected it.
Nice. Tinker Toys and Legos here.
Yeah.
Dry rub cooking, then a sweet barbecue sauce to dip it in. Ooh, that sounds delicious.
Come on, stop. You make me hungry.
What's the dumbest thing you did as a kid? Me. Wish I was an adult.
I kind of agree with that, like. That's the problem these days. People want to grow up too fast, don't they? Fucking enjoy your childhood, man. Best days of your life.
Exactly. And here we go. Everybody's going to love this one from up north. Canada before Justin Trudeau. And Canada after Justin Trudeau.
Holy fuck.
And here's the reason that our generation does not get offended. Hardly ever.
Oh, no. Too right, man. Blazing saddles. The sheriff's a bong.
Jeffersons and George Carlin. Edith! And Archie.
Richard
Love our
Pryor, God
comedian.
rest his soul.
Yes.
Brilliant, Richard Pryor. I used to love watching that guy. Brilliant, brilliant, man.
How about Gallagher with the watermelon and the sledgehammer?
Yep.
We don't mind getting covered in watermelon that's getting smashed to smithereens with a sledgehammer. We're certainly not going to be standing under our umbrella in the pool.
Exactly.
And here's the definition of
boy.
overthinking.
Holy fuck.
Well, that's one way to get the job done.
You said there's more ways to skin a cat, isn't there?
Yeah. Here we go. Countries and the legal age to consume alcohol. Our drinking age is 16. 16? Ours is 18. 18? You have to be 21 in the United States. You guys have a drinking
Australia.
age? Really? We're banning vaping, not alcohol. No age requirement. Have a nice day. Every man is guilty of all the good that they do not do.
Yeah.
When you sit on the fence and you're oblivious to what's going on around you and you refuse to participate and let your voice be heard, you're partly responsible for all the shit that happens in society.
On the other side of the coin, there is a song by one of my favorite bands, and then the quote is, "The evil that men do lives on." Another true quote.
Almost as true as every time I see a security camera, I turn into Mr. Bean.
You.
And while I'm sitting here wondering why we don't have car shows anymore, this meme really hit hard with me. Next year's car shows
Kind of brings it
are
down.
going to be a bunch of Amish buggies. Illustrious government and their gas prices. And here's how sausage dogs are made.
Oh.
That's not photoshopped. No, not one bit. That's really how they're made. Hey, man, I farted in my wallet. Now I have gas money.
Oh, my God.
Listen, if you don't like the jokes this week, it's because Mallery only put a handful in, so I had to supplement it with my stash.
I don't know who's worse.
Hey, man, this is the pitcher that everyone's mom and grandma had and served all of your Kool-Aid with.
Aye. They always had that one jug, didn't they, or whatever.
Watch for potholes, sinkholes, and assholes. Public service announcement number 104. Sometimes I feel bad for not checking in with people to see how they're doing. And then I realized, you know what? These things called phones, they work both ways, and no one's checking in on me. Fuck them.
Exactly.
Somewhere an OSHA inspector's head just exploded. That's a mechanical lift on a float in a pool.
How the fuck is that even feasible? That must be some powerful float. They weigh a ton, them lifts. All that down at the bottom is battery. Fucking hell.
Works.
Rather you than me, mate.
Speaking of things that work, in Japan, in Tokyo has see-through public toilets. They were designed to erase the fear of using public restrooms by allowing users to check the cleanliness and whether someone was already inside or not. Designed by Japanese architect Shigeru Ban, the toilets are fitted with smart glass technology that turns transparent walls opaque when the stalls are occupied.
That's so cool.
It's pretty cool. But I wouldn't want to use it because I'd be afraid of the power going out while I was in there.
Hey, what the hell? Hi!
Then everybody would get to see me pinching a loaf. The youth of today will never know the struggles we went through.
Oh, hell yeah. Especially when you had to load...
No worries, Mallery, no worries.
One of them.
I appreciate all your efforts. There's other people out there watching the show. They could all contribute their 2 cents.
Especially when you had to load computer games off them things when it go... Oh, you're like, for God's sake.
Mm-hmm.
I remember them days.
Sometimes it's all about the angle, not the anal.
Oh, well.
Keep calm and try anal versus keep calm and try an ale. Who's got the bigger smile?
I'm game for both, mate, to be honest with you.
Oh, there's your cold coffee, mate.
Oh.
How many of you had one of these suckers?
Oh. Yeah.
Weren't those the greatest toys as children? You can get different discs to put in them. And when you went on vacation, you would get discs about your vacation, like Niagara Falls, Grand Canyon, Smoky Mountains.
Leave on this side out. Next slide.
Yep.
Gosh, I love one of them.
And here's my coffee cup reminding me why I shouldn't have a donut to go with it.
Bastard. That could be in the bin. Mine.
Isn't it funny how drinking 8 glasses of water a day seems quite impossible? But 7 beers, 5 shots in 2 hours goes down like a fat kid on a seesaw.
Oh, hell yeah. That's so easy.
I need a permit to build a porch? Nah. I don't need a permit to park a boat.
That's
Porch
so cool.
done. Job done.
That's awesome. Very clever. I love it.
I had the honor and privilege of being a fireman when it was still fun. You could ride the dovetail on the way to a call.
That'd be awesome.
Nowadays, safety requirements prevent all that. But they don't prevent you from getting anal leakage because of the hot sauce you purchase.
Oh, that'd be bad.
Bunsters, Black Label Hot Sauce, 16 out of 10. Gluten-free, may cause anal leakage. You have been warned.
So it's brown when it's brown when it goes in, so it's going to be brown when it comes in.
Unless it's so hot that it turns into hemorrhoid problem.
Don't even go there.
There's red coming out.
Go there.
Things nobody said in the 80s. I lost my phone.
Nah, you couldn't.
No, but we all had like 50 feet of cord on that phone.
Oh, yeah.
50 feet of cord, so we could go just about anywhere in that house with that phone. Carry it around with us. But you never lost it.
So true. Oh, hell.
It's the A-Team's new van. What do you think?
A 6-wheeler.
Louis, hello and welcome to the stream.
I'm not sold on that, like.
All right. How about the Japanese version of the
Now
18 van?
Now I am. That's fucking
What you talking
brilliant.
about, fool?
That is brilliant, that. I had a van like that, was called the Bedford Rascal. It was exactly the same shape as that. I had one of them. Engine was in the middle of you, right behind the driver's wheel. Tell you.
Good people disobey bad laws. Period.
Too right. Too right, man.
Speaking last week about the SR-71 Blackbird, on March 6, 1990, an SR-71 Blackbird flew from L.A. to Washington, D.C. in 64 minutes with an average speed of 2,124 miles per hour.
Shit.
Hey, man, I got a hot Mexican hooker for you. Tequila, tuna fish juice, and Tabasco.
Tuna. Ugh. The juice. Oh.
It's a hot Mexican hooker. Bugs Bunny won't accept files through Google Drive. He only wants to accept what's up, Doc.
Oh, fuck it. Holy moly. Get the hell out of there, man. Jesus.
Hey, man, this is what would happen if tobacco-controlled zealots were put in charge of public safety in general.
Yeah, that's a crap one. Open the door. And, ah!
It's appropriate for the protection of public health. Hey, man, today I learned how to perpendicular park.
How on fucking earth is that even possible? Fucking hell.
I told you, mate. How many times have I had to tell you? If you're going to fuck up in ways where people will always question how the hell did that even possible?
No, that's one serious fuck up, like, without a doubt. Jesus Christ. Fuck me.
And another reason why aliens will never visit us. Here we have three humans trying to unlock a car and get the keys out. Mind you that there's a plastic bag taped over the busted out rear window.
That was probably the plastic was there probably for the last time they fucking locked the keys in the car and they just popped the fucking window.
So we're not going to remove the duct tape and reach in and unlock the door. We're just going to try and Slim Jim it.
Wow.
We're fucked. Humanity is fucked.
We're fucking scary, innit?
Here's something scary. What do we learn from hippopotamuses? That it's impossible to reduce weight by eating greens and salads and walking.
Fair point.
The optimist says I'm half full. The pessimist says I'm half empty. The realist says I think this is Kenny's urine sample.
Oh my God. I love it.
I really think I deserve an award for the amount of sarcastic comments that I managed to keep to myself on a minute-by-minute basis.
That's better. You can see us now. I'll take it.
And here's the unknown forest where Home Depot sources their 2x4s.
Fucking hell. Yeah. Sorry, I had to turn my light down before because the sun came out, so now the sun's gone in, I can turn my light back on. Hope you can see it.
And time for our doggy cam view because, well...
I've got one for you. Your just appropriate for your t-shirt.
Appropriate for my t-shirt?
Yeah. As a bone girl. Hello.
Chester.
Oh. Aren't they gorgeous? They are. They're quite content now. They'll just sit and chill with you.
You were saying, mate?
Yeah?
What did you have?
There you are. Goes your t-shirt.
Do you even vape, bro? Do you even vape?
Oh, there is that one where
to save money, sold a car to get a mech mod.
My last one. You might like this one. There you go.
You've heard of Elf on a Shelf, but have you heard of Skywalker on a... No, who is that?
Harry Potter. Think Harry Potter. Think Harry Potter.
I'm not a Harry Potter fan.
Professor Snape on a vape.
That's the problem with cultural references. You gotta be a part of the whole community and understand the cultural reference.
I believe you haven't seen Harry Potter films, man.
I'm not a Harry Potter fan. Never really got into it.
What?
Yeah.
Wow, man, that's global. Snape on a vape.
That makes sense.
God,
I get it now.
I'm so
First day of
surprised.
class. Everyone shares something interesting about yourself. Go ahead, drop it in the chat. Share something interesting about yourself. If you're on the hashtag replay crew, drop us a comment. Tell me something interesting about you that we have no clue about.
I was born a woman.
That's possible.
Hey, don't you dare.
I've got 3 master's degrees that I don't use for anything. I'm overqualified to get a job now in the industry.
I'm time-served engineer, but I'm no longer an engineer.
I think it's ridiculous how engineers and architects need to pay a license to stay certified to do that job.
Rules and regulations, my friend.
William Dobson says, everyone is conceived a woman.
There you go. Holy fuck.
Louis was pronounced dead 2 times.
Fucking hell. Damn.
Glad you're still here, mate.
Fucking sure. Holy moly.
Wow. You just never know, man. There's just so much shit that people go through in their lives, and you sometimes have no clue what they've been through.
It is. It's just... That's what you take for granted, isn't it?
Yeah. Hey, I've just been asked to join a Slimming World website, and it asked me to accept cookies. I think it's a test.
Fucking right it is. I'll have some.
If you don't understand this costume, you are way too young for this show.
Picket fence, yeah.
Wilson, standing behind his fence.
Yep.
Clean and sober, one day at a time. Life is beautiful.
Hey, hats off to you, sir. You're still here. Hats off.
William Dobson went through a double brick wall sideways and had to get his right arm ripped off.
Oh, fucking hell.
Wow.
So sorry, mate. Jesus.
It's so easy to take it for granted that, you think most people don't end up going through something traumatic in their life, but people live with trauma way more often than you would ever think.
I sometimes think it's how people adapt to it and continue life with it. They still have that positive attitude on life. It's fucking brilliant. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah. Here's a fun fact for you. Every hand you have ever shaken has had a penis in it.
That's probably so fucking true.
Yeah. Holy cow.
Well, let's face it. It's got to be true with men because every man scratches their fucking bollocks in the morning. So there you go.
Listen, my wife left her purse on a chair and now it won't stop telling me to keep going and finding Han Solo.
Chopper though. Very good. Very good.
Baby German Shepherds for sale, only $300. Sometimes they also laugh. They do look like laughing hyenas, don't they? Little baby hyenas.
Yeah, stay well clear of that.
May the Schwartz be with you.
Oh, fucking camper. I need to get me one of them.
Mm-hmm. Hey, boss, I got you those flyers you wanted. We got Bada Boom White.
Bada Boom White.
And Bada Bing
Bada
Rose.
Bing. My God. OMG.
Whoever has my voodoo doll, could you please shag it?
Okay.
And there we have some humor about the British people. They conquered half the planet just for spices, and they choose to consume these.
There you go. Mushy peas. I told you we're fish and chips. Baked beans on toast. Oh, that's a fantastic snack, that. What the fuck is that? Something in mash.
Yeah. I don't know what kind of patty that is.
I'm not sure on that one. That's boiled potatoes and that's minced stew. It's minced and potatoes. Minced and potatoes. But that green one, I'm not sure of that one.
I don't know.
Never seen that one. And that's potato. Something with potato. But not sure.
Is that how you eat pork chops?
No.
No. Pork chops normally aren't browned either.
Do has. You've got to know who the group is to understand that one. You know who I'm talking about, don't you?
Do-ha.
You don't know the group?
I don't know. Who's the group?
Do has. Rammstein. German group.
Rammstein.
Rammstein.
Nice. I buy something cool online and I'm so excited. And then I found out that it's being shipped FedEx.
Oh, shit. You folks.
You all need to settle down. We ain't but halfway through the show. Go lay down. You had your treat already. And that wraps up the dad jokes.
That was so cool. That looked pretty good. Yeah, you done all right this week, matey.
Not too shabby. Ooh, that butter pecan in that coffee. Holy cows, that tastes good.
I'll give you a quick... Hang on. I'll pull that down there. Just for copyright reasons, I'll be fucking quick. Right? There it is.
Rammstein, Paris. Drop the link in the chat to that video and
There you go. That is it. That's all I'm going to do for copyright reasons.
We'll check it out.
Usage. For everybody that's watching, that's fair
Last
usage.
week they were talking about, blues, a bunch of blues songs and stuff. And they dropped a link into the chat. I found the original version of the song, but because they dropped the link in the chat to the actual song, it was so freaking cool to be able to actually go and listen to it.
Well, I shall do that for you if you want to do that. I will copy that. And I will drop it in there. They are a German rock band. They sing in German, but their tunes are fantastic. I'm a big fan of them.
Definitely have to check them out.
Fan.
That is awesome.
Brilliant. But there you go. So that's an enlightenment on the joke for any of you guys that didn't get it.
There you are. Look, I know you were there somewhere.
I've switched back there. Well, sorry, I hadn't quite switched back in time. We're timing was a little off.
That's all right.
God, I'm loving
I'll take another one of these.
I'm enjoying this vape, mate. Fucking, for a dead rabbit product, I've never been a big fan of their products, but this.
What'd you put on it?
Dead. I've stuck it on the Mech Pro by Geek Vape. This thing is a workhorse. It's a little Mech mod by Geek Vape. Been out for a long time, but it's just a workhorse. There's no frills or anything in it. So you can actually see the guts inside. Your batteries are there. Oh, sorry, come on.
No space, William.
There you are. You can see the guts inside it. 2 batteries, simple magnetic door. Basic. The button's got a bit of patina on it. It's normally put I like the patina look. But yeah, man, this thing's so good. Haven't put it down.
Remember what I said I was going to do last week?
I haven't. Oh. Jog my memory, my friend. While I've got a partner. Oh my God, yes. You're going to vape Guinness. You can't, man. Really? That's bad.
Well.
It's bad. It's bad. You know it. You go it. It's bad. It's bad. You know it. You know it.
Take the old smock tank off of there.
Good news, everyone!
Wipe off the leakage.
Good news, everyone.
New coil, yes. 0.179.
Come on,
65 watts.
No. Nope. You can tell? No. That has gone off.
It's gone off.
That's gone off big style. It's like fucking Guinness. You're better off drinking it.
It doesn't taste like shit. It just doesn't taste like banana marshmallow custard tart anymore.
Fucking too right it won't. Come on, you little fucker.
It's slightly sweet. There's really no banana left in it. There's no marshmallowy aspect to it. It's just a completely different animal now.
It's a fucking
no
mess,
resemblance whatsoever to the original beautiful e-liquid.
Well, I could kind of guess that. I mean, everything's got a sell-by date, mate.
So this is going to have to go down the drain flush it down the drain, wash it out. And then, because I did love that flavor, we're going to have to make up another bottle of this.
It looks bad, mate. It just looks bad. You
I'm
don't
going to have to write off
that.
the cotton that was in here because this is getting washed out and redone.
That coil needs changing, mate. You've just killed that coil. Killed big style. That's almost bad as vape musk, mate. Oh, wait. Come on.
No. This is flavorless, more like just a slight amount of sweetness to it, but
no.
How
long you had that? How long's that? How old is that one?
Season 1, episode 12.
Fuck.
We're on season 3, episode 16. So it's like 2 years old.
See, there's steeping and there's fucking steeping, man.
Listen, it's like a banana, okay? When you buy a banana and you bring it home from the store, it's green. Same as when you shake and vape it. You're trying out a green banana. You have to let it ripen to develop into a beautiful, edible banana. And you can let it sit there for a while, but eventually it will get to the point where it's no longer enjoyable to eat. It's not going to kill you, but it no longer provides you the beautiful energy or nutrients you could get out of a ripe banana.
Basically when it gets black. Yes.
Yes, new coil. Love that whistling. Thank.
See,
Open up the airflow.
I've seen it somewhere. I've seen it somewhere where people cook bananas. They wait for it to go black before they cook it. It's supposed to be something about it. When it goes black, you can cook it. I don't know.
There's different kinds of bananas out there too. South America has a hard banana that you have to cook in order to eat it.
Yeah, I've heard of that one.
Plantains. Plantains.
Exactly.
You have to actually fry them or bake them in order to eat them.
Fried banana. Yeah. I like a banana in Indian curry. I like when you do an Indian curry, like a sweet curry, like a kurma or a Malayan, and they've got a bit of banana in it. Oh, just tops it off.
My wife made Indian food the other day for dinner from scratch.
Ooh, what ya? Really? Very nice. Very nice.
Ooh, and she even got the Indian rice, which is like a low starch, thin rice, not sticky like Chinese rice, masimi or whatever.
Basmati rice. Yes, basmati rice. Very nice. Can't be a nice Indian, sir. Love Indian food.
And the best part was, she bought the sauce because she wanted to buy the seasonings and just make it completely from scratch. She bought this marsala sauce because it was chicken marsala. And she bought this marsala sauce and she's like, "Here, taste this. What do you think of it?" I'm like, I get the idea. It's supposed to be a masala, but there's like no spice to it. There's no heat to it. So she went in the kitchen and got some cumin out and a bunch of other seasonings and like, "I'll try this." I'm like, "Oh, that's a proppin' chicken masala." Salt,
that's
pepper,
kind of what's
cumin.
pretty popular here. We get the big jars of sauce, Might have a bit more variety than you guys, but we get the masala and kurmas and all that jalfrezis and all that. You get loads of the range of sauces, and that are okay. But it's like you said, you just add that little je ne sais quoi to bring out the best of it. You know what I mean?
Oh my god, it was so fantastic.
Oh, doubt, man. Fucking delicious, man.
Take my allergy pill because my allergies definitely did not like that banana marshmallow custard tart, nor this whatever the e-liquid was we put in the TFV18.
No, that had fuck all to do with an allergy, mate. That juice was fucking rank. That's got fucking nothing to do with any allergy. It was fucking disgusting. That's your body telling you, do not vape that shit. It's fucking rank.
It's foul. Get rid of it.
Yes, that's your body telling you something, mate, not your allergy.
William said plantains are also used a lot in South American dishes.
Ooh.
And vindaloo is not an Indian dish. It was made for the English market.
Yeah, very spicy hard. That's like a national English dish, believe it or not. Even though we say it's an Indian, but it's technically an English dish, vindaloo.
Kind of like General Tso's chicken. It was made for American Chinese restaurants. It's not actually a Chinese food.
Yeah. It's like you say, like, a lot of Chinese shops now, they do Cantonese food, but it's not technically Chinese, it's Cantonese.
Yeah.
They include on the menus Cantonese food. Which, I'm not knocking, like, it is still very nice. Cantonese is very nice.
You drinking K, Kenny? That's never seen an apple.
Fucking has. Trust me, it has. It's fantastic. I beg to differ, I'm afraid.
So what actually have I been vaping lately? I already told you guys I mixed up some watermelon. Plowed through that.
Yes, you've rather enjoyed that. You've rather enjoyed that one by the looks of it.
And because I enjoyed it so much, I made up another bottle that's sitting here.
I thought you would.
Ripening.
I thought you would.
I'm anticipating my wife scarfing it up for her nighttime vape. It's time for me to rewick that thing too. So when this arbiter gets done, I'm going to do hers as well.
Anyway, I'm going to announce this thing. All you guys in chat, I was talking to Hunky earlier on, and we're thinking about adding a feature to the show. Hopefully get you guys involved. And I was thinking of calling it Challenge Hunky. You know what I mean? Challenge Hunky. That's the kind of thing I'm going for. The lines I'm going on, we haven't finalised anything yet, but we're just toying with the idea.
I'm turning this over to you while I go let the dogs out.
Yep. That you guys name a flavour or flavours, you know, one flavour, two flavour, whatever. And our friend, one of our hosts, Alec here, has got to come up with a juice or a recipe for it. I know it's not a new thing. I've seen something similar on other shows, but I think it'll be a good addition. You know, just even if but we're doing like on a weekly basis. Like say if we start this week, and you guys dropped in chat some flavors, or you dropped in Discord, or you dropped on Facebook, whatever, some flavors, that will give them a week to come up with a recipe. Hopefully, maybe you can mix it live on show. Or he comes up with a recipe and mixes it. And we're thinking like following that on each week. Just to kind of put him on the spot, you know what I mean? I'm being nasty, I know I am. As if he hasn't got enough to do. But we're thinking of doing that, so I was just wondering what you think of it, you know, like... Yeah, pepperoni pizza. Brilliant. There's the first one in, William Dobson. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. You just drop a couple of flavours in, you know, whatever. Or a flavour, but I'd say the rules in he's got to use at least one flavour to come up with a recipe. I mean, you kind of make it too hard. You kind of come up with a recipe just off the flavours you name. That would be pretty difficult to come up with. But yeah, we're thinking about that. I'm just wondering what you guys think of it. You know, if you'd be up for that, and you know, to get you guys involved, you know, drop a flavour suggestions in, give him a week, and see what he comes up with. Be interesting, wouldn't it? Fucking Big Mac. I'll tell you what it is, William, if he comes with a Big Mac, I'll have that recipe. 2, right, will I? And a pizza. You know, be a bit realistic, yeah? It doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to be an actual recipe for a meal, you know, like a Big Mac, you know, like, I don't know, a flavoured juice, say like you put a strawberry flavoured juice in, or a blackberry, or Danish muffled swirl, something like that, and then come on, a beef jerky. yeah, it's and he's, you know, just give him a week to come up with a recipe, and then, you know, if he does come up with a recipe, you know, maybe, you know, as the challenge Alex feature, you know, you can mix it live and vape it live and see how we go on. Oh, come on, William. I'll tell you what it is, William. If you come up with them last 3 flavors you mentioned, I'd be well into them, like chicken black bean sauce. Oh my God. But you know where I'm getting at, guys. You know, like, but you know, I think, you know, it's something we're thinking about, and I know he's got a lot on his plate, but it's just another feature, you know, on the show. Add to the flavour, add to the mixing bit and all that stuff. I mean, yeah, coconut, pineapple, or just house some little flavours in, see what he comes up with. I bet you would, will you? They're quality, them, mate, honestly. Nowadays, I laugh, but I bet you somewhere on this planet, somebody's probably got a recipe for that. But I've heard of a few savoury recipes kicking about, and like, you're thinking, would they work? Would they not work? You know what I mean? That's what we're thinking of, guys. See what you think. See what you think. I see it. The week before, put stuff in. Give him a week. See if he comes up with it. Oh, toffee cake and that. Oh, William, man, how are you? Make me fucking hungry, eh, mate? You make me hungry. My stomach thinks my throat's being cut here. Absolutely, some of them. Oh, toffee cake. Oh, Jesus. But yeah, just let me know what you think. See if it'll work. You've got some suggestions already, mate, and they're a bit bizarre, but you've got some. You've got a Big Mac. You've got a peppercorn pizza. You've got a beef jerky. Andy Turney has put Wonder Flavors pie, flapper pie, which is custard pie. William Dobbs also put a chicken in black bean sauce. Coconut cream pie, a toffee cake. There you go. We've opened the door to chaos. So be it.
That's okay. like to twist things up, change things up for a little bit. You know what? Sometimes you come up with something that is like totally different, totally new, and it just works. Sometimes you got to go through a bunch of iterations before you get to that.
I haven't hung you out to dry. I've just says a flavour or flavours we could use one or more to produce a recipe. I haven't hung you out to dry altogether, mate. You know what I mean?
Take a look at Mallory's little suggestion here. You're gonna love this one.
Ooh.
Let me switch over.
Come on, Mallory, what you got?
Because we're no longer doing the news, so no, that's not the one.
Beef taco.
That works.
Beef taco. Holy moly.
Beef taco.
Does that actually work? It is a recipe, but does it actually work?
So we've got avocado cream, beef, bell pepper, cheddar cheese, cilantro, corn tortillas, hot chili pepper, jalapeno, lime, onion, sour cream, and tomato. Look at all those savory flavors. I don't have any savory flavors.
Can you actually buy savory flavors?
Yeah.
No.
Why not? I want to try it to see if it's actually something that is that worthy of our time.
You see, if you pardon the pun, it's food for thought, because like there's some flavors of e-liquid you thought, I'll never vape that. But then you've tried and you thought, this is good.
Yeah.
So I say that there isn't a lot of savory stuff out there, is there? As such.
Is it because nobody's actually come up with really good recipes?
It's a possibility.
everybody just
But like I said, I didn't-
assumes that, you know, people want
I did
candies
not
and cakes
read-
and custards and creams and
Yeah.
fruit and
I'm totally blown away. I did not, for whatever reason, think you could get savory flavors. Hell, that could open up a new horizon, couldn't it? What are you eating on a day? Oh, bacon and egg friggin' sandwich. Tremendous.
For
And it
me,
would
that's
work.
something that, you know, I only get as a treat when the wife is off. When she's got a day off and whatever, and she's like, you know, not overworked or, you know, stressed out, is a treat for me to have, you know, an actual homemade breakfast. Or sometimes we'll do breakfast for dinner. But the majority of the time, my breakfast is a cup of coffee. Boy, wouldn't it be nice to have a vape that would mimic your breakfast to go with your morning coffee?
Or a brunch, as we call it, which is basically a
Yeah.
breakfast at lunchtime. We'll call it brunch. Oh. See, it's how would you combine them flavors? Because as you've seen from the UK, we would probably have either tinned tomatoes or baked beans or both on our breakfast. I mean, how could you highlight that?
Your baked beans look like our pork and beans. It's a tomato sauce
we
with
have
beans.
Tomato sauce, yeah, tomato sauce or tomato sauce, how you want to see it.
Yeah.
It's just how you would combine them to. If it could be done, hell yeah, but I just can't understand how. A carrot casserole, holy fuck. Where are you finding these? Where are you getting these?
Addie
fucking
Tooney made this
recipes
one.
from? No shit. Holy moly. Brown sugar, caramel, carrot. Wow.
I need the carrot, and I'm not sure if I have Flavora's caramel and Flavora's cream. Yeah. But that would be worthwhile me ordering that stuff. To try that. That sounds really good.
Yeah, maybe we should venture out and try a savory fucking juice, man.
I'm going to have to order the stuff for this one.
Definitely venture out. Yeah, it's worth a punt, isn't it?
I'm just going to save that. I'm going to place the order
Just to
and
see
get
if
some of
it's
these
actually-
flavorings.
It's just to actually see if it's actually possible to replicate savory food and how you would receive
What's
it
the
as a
experience
vape.
of savory food vapes?
Exactly. I've got no idea because I've never done it.
I've never tried it either. I've never seen a commercial one.
Nah. Is it because it is difficult to get? Is it a difficult thing to make?
I don't know. The only way to find out what it's like, though, is to actually try and make one.
Worth a punt, mate. Worth a punt. Right,
I don't
give
think I
me a
can order
moment, sir.
all of
We'll have to-
those in my next order. You know what I'm
Fucking
saying?
hell.
That's a lot of flavors that, you know, are, how often are you going to use them?
Well, if you like the beef taco, you probably use them all and keep making the fucking beef taco. Anyway, loo break. I will be right back.
Hot diggity. Well, it's time for our flavor explosion. We're going to jump into that since we're already talking about random recipes. And we'll do our random recipe bumper. Alrighty, Sherlock Holmes took a look at the flavor stash I have and brought forth a beautiful set of recipes for us to do. We have Luscious Strawberry Swirl. It's a clone of a commercial e-liquid. Interesting. We have just a hint of acetylpyrazine in there, some yellow cake, marshmallow, meringue, strawberry ripe, super sweet, sweet strawberry, and vanilla swirl. That looks delicious. Suggested steep time of 4 days. Somebody already gave it a 5-star recipe review. Flavor total in this is 23%. Interesting. Strawberry swirl is very heavy cream. Very heavy on what is certainly TFA strawberry ripe. This version 4 of this recipe, and experimenting with different bases. I like this the best. It's just personal preference though. It's also extremely sweet, but so is the original. I hope you enjoy. Description of the original flavor: a luscious whirlwind of ripe, juicy strawberries enveloped in a velvety, smooth creaminess. Reveal in a delightful dance of fruity sweetness and rich indulgence, expertly crafted to enchant your taste buds. Experience the essence of summer with every bite, as this captivating flavor transports you to sun-drenched berry field. Indulge in the irresistible charm of strawberry swirl sensation, where vibrant freshness meets pure decadence.
My friend, I've got a new recipe for you.
Uh-oh.
My wife has just ordered in this for dessert. It is from a place called
Cinnabon. Cinnabon, we have Cinnabons around here.
With cream cheese on the top. Oh my God.
Yep.
You need to make this. I've just had a taste and my God.
I'm telling you, that cinnamon Danish swirl muffin that I sent you, that's exactly what that tastes like.
It's heaven on a fucking plate, mate. It's heaven. Oh.
Yep.
I'm not going to eat it now. I'm going to put it in the fridge. I'm not going to eat it now. Oh, so I'm so goddamn tempted, but I'm not.
That's like after looking at this recipe, I'm like, oh man, that looks delicious. And it's just like, I gotta try it. We tried a recipe that had, 20-some%, almost 30% of flavorings in there, and it just didn't work. It was a mess. Tastes like soap. We cut it down to 15% and let it sit, and I revisited that recipe, and at 15%, there just isn't enough flavoring in there to sell it as a passion fruit orange guava. So we need to go closer, maybe 20%, 23%. Flavoring for that passion fruit orange guava to work, but this
Holy
one
shit, that's so good.
is mainly
Sorry,
strawberry.
I had to dip my finger in it.
So I think we're gonna give this a
Sorry,
shot
I had
today.
to dip my finger in that. I'm sorry, I had to dip my finger in that, and that is.
No, don't apologize for that.
Holy moly, that Jesus, that's heart attack on a plate, isn't it?
Mate, I am utterly baffled today about why this isn't working right. The chat that you had on your window is the exact same chat that goes across the bottom of our screen. Why the one on the bottom of our screen doesn't work, but the vertical chat does? All that did is change the layout. It didn't change the source.
So odd, isn't it?
Well, that's like the custom browser docs that I have my sound effects and stuff on. They're not connecting either. I refreshed the page half a dozen times. It will not connect. Why?
Like I say, I've had a couple. I can get the the scene one working, but I've never gotten the soundboard working for whatever reason. I don't know.
All right, acetylpyrazine. Yellow cake from
Technical
Flavor
hitches,
West.
mate. They're just technical hitches. That's all they are, technical hitches. So we're doing a luscious strawberry swirl. Ooh, that does sound nice.
TFA marshmallow.
Oh, see how he's so organized, this guy. See what I mean? He just goes, turns around, finds it, boom.
Strawberry ripe. And let's see, Flavor Art meringue. Where did I move Flavor Art to?
You know where you put your booger.
I got a new rack here, so I had to divide stuff and move stuff around. Now, all of my shelves have a little bit of room for new stuff.
There's quite a lot in this, isn't there? Quite a lot in this one.
Super Sweet from Purellum. Strawberry Ripe from Capella.
Wow.
Sweet Strawberry from Capella. Duh.
Yes, sweet strawberry, sorry.
And
Vanilla
vanilla
swirl,
swirl.
take your vanilla swirl. Oh, one of my favorites.
Done.
Did you send me some of that vanilla swirl? I could have swore you did.
6. Yes, I sent you vanilla swirl from Flavors.
Yes. Yes, you did. I still need to fathom out a recipe for that stuff, you know.
Now the question is, what size am I going to make on this?
There's an idea. There's a
What's that,
bloody
mate?
good idea. For your first challenge, I will return you a flavor inventory. Did I say that correct? Inventory. I couldn't get it out.
Inventory?
Of the flavor and the flavors you sent me to make a recipe with. That would be a good start, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I can do that.
There you go. So, sorry folks, I'm having the first dab at them.
So we're going to adapt this. I'm going to make 60 mils of it, just the way she sets. We'll make it up as a 6. Everything else stays the exact same.
Neil Pitts, what recipe did you put in? What recipe did you put in there, mate? I'll have a quick look back, see if I can find you. What recipe did you put in? Neil, if we've missed your recipe, post it back in, sir. Just drop it back in again. We'll have a look. Just drop it back in. Dave Lloyd made a real fried rice recipe. Dave Lloyd. I normally get notifications off that guy. There's a question I was going to ask you. Do you follow many guys on the ELR? Do you know? Do you pick up notifications off them? Do you follow?
Yeah, I got a bunch of
follow
them.
quite a few. Do you? Yeah. Do you follow Dave Lloyd?
Yes.
Mallery Gates said Dave Lloyd made a real fried rice recipe. Fried rice? Fucking hell, man. That'd be cool because you could have fried rice as your base flavor. Because fried rice goes with anything. Fried rice with curry, fried rice with this goes with everything, doesn't it? Holy fuck! I'm very impressed with that. I'm just gonna fucking have a look. I'll have a look at this, right? Just I don't know if you've had them in America, but we'll have a look.
Cinnabon? Yes.
No. This is something totally fucking different, mate.
Oh, look at that. I get the angle right. Now that I have this new stand over here, you can actually see the scale. That's fantastic.
Right. Have you got anything like this in your part of the world? We used to call them cherry lips. They're basically little jelly sweeties. And they've got a bit of... They're a strange taste of cherry, but they've got like a... Can you put like an aniseedy flavour?
Oh, really? I wouldn't have expected cherry lips to have aniseed or licorice flavor.
It's something about them, right? They had the sweet cherry, but they had like a kind of a, I wouldn't say a bitter aftertaste, but they had like a, you could probably describe it as an aniseed, but not like a strong aniseedy flavor, right? They were big thing in the day. I mean, Christ, you probably talk when I was growing up. I suppose you can imagine you can still get them today, but I've got this.
Have you eaten Twizzlers? It's a strawberry gummy rope like that.
I've got something similar. I think it's licorice, but I've been trying this stuff here. It's sherbet cherry.
Camera, where I'm looking at the.
Oh, sorry, shit.
Show.
I'm on the wrong way. Sorry, my apologies.
Sorry.
Yeah, there you go. It's that. I'm trying this digging out my juice collection that you've known. It's a sherbet cherry, and it tastes like them cherry lips. There's a little bit of sherbet in this, but it reminds me of cherry lips. And I used to love them. I mean, they were tiny. You used to get a bag of them.
Did I send you some sherbet?
Yes, you did.
Darren sent me some sherbet. I thought I might have sent you some.
But it's very... It just reminds me of them sweets.
Man, if I ever was able to taste this the way it smells.
There you go. Mallery Gates said Dave sent a bottle to Legion and his reaction is priceless. I'll have to dig that out. Imagine Legion's vaping fried rice. That'd be class. I would have to see that.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
I love how one drop can put you over. I went from being a little under to I had one drop and then another one real quick. And I'm like, oh, pull it away at 1.28.
Oh, sometimes that infuriates me. When you're just trying to get the exact amount, you go, shit.
TFA marshmallow.
I'm the same when I'm adding secret sauce. I know I've got to add to a 120ml bottle. I've got to add 5.26 milligrams. And I always end up at 6.
This isn't supposed to be marsh. Yeah, they're TFA marshmallow. 1.25.
I think it's just a case of getting the feel of the bottle, I suppose, isn't it? So, yeah.
Meringue.
No, it is. The way I look at it, right? I've got 100 bottles of this brand of juice. I thought, well, I may as well just start using them.
Yeah?
100 bottles of this shit. That's going to last me an eternity.
1.9.
I mean, the last one I had, that was all right as well, was that one. And that's a chocolate shake. Not quite there, but, it was somewhere near. Wasn't bad, but it wasn't brilliant.
TFA strawberry ripe.
Oh,
4.8.
You know how you
That's going to be close.
You know that Purple Rain you sent? You know that
Yes.
Purple Rain you sent? Even though it wasn't quite the same as what we had, but it's nearly gone.
Nice.
It's nearly gone. It's nearly gone, sir. So yeah, I've got, for any of you guys who want to know what I've been vaping on, I've been vaping on this Drop Dead 2 RDA, and I've got it on the Mech Pro by Geek Vape. Bit of an oldish mod, but tell you what it is, if you ever want a mech mod or start off with your mechs, this is the guy to get. It is absolutely brilliant. It's really, really good. Always use the backup mod, you know, if you've got all your electronic ones fail, this one never. I've had this thing for must be 3-4 years, and it's still brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Recommend you get one. And then that one,
Time
like
to
I
order
said,
another
I've
one
got
of
this,
these.
Yeah. And this, I've got that sherbet cherry that reminds me of green lips. Cherry lips. And on this guy, what have I got on here again? I've got the... This is him, yeah. This is the Falcon King, which is sitting on the Endura. I'm on, like I say, I've found a few coils for this, so I've been thoroughly enjoying this Falcon, the Falcon tanks again. And then that one, I've got some more this Moorish puffs, and I've got some sherbet lemon in that one, and that one's not too bad either. The sherbet ranges aren't too bad, and I was never a big fan of them.
Another one. Can you tell these two have been used together so many times that I plowed through 2 60ml bottles?
Oh, yes.
Because TFA Strawberry Ripe and Capella Sweet Strawberry are always paired together in so many recipes.
Neil Pitts, where are you?
And a hair over on that too.
Come on, Neil, where'd you put it?
Well, that is all the flavorings. I forgot to do secret sauce. I normally start with that first.
Where is it, matey? Come in there, mate. You've come in there. Howdy, Tony.
Secret sauce is done. 0.63 of PG. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm just trying to scroll back through chat for Neil Pitt's recipe, but I'm struggling to find it.
We'll catch you on the replay. All right,
Just have a quick-
53 of VG.
Ah, there you go. After when I've done that, hang on, then let's have a look. That's it there, man. There you go. I found it. I found it, Neil. Found it. There you go. That was his recipe there. So there's a new recipe for its cranberry cap at 4.5%, lemon and lime soda, wonder flavors 2.5%, and super sweet at 1.25%. Cranberry cap by Neil.
Capella's cranberry, 4.5. Lemon lime soda from Wonder Flavors at 2.5, and super sweet at 1.25.
There you go. Sorry, Neil. Sorry, I thought you'd actually post a link. I was looking for a link. My apologies. My total apologies.
There you go.
Really, Mallery, really. What goes in hard and dry, but comes out soft and wet? Bubblegum.
Not all my jokes are dirty.
And not all
Some
my
of them are
jokes
pretty
dirty.
clean.
Right. Yeah. But there's a bit of an innuendo going on there as well. That's the thing.
Hot
Judging by all them
diggity.
flavors of that, judging by all the flavors that went into that, I'm very doubtful of to shake and vape.
I think it's a shake and vape because of how much strawberries in here. That's the primary thing. The acetylpyrazine gives it kind of a cereally texture to it. Yes, the cake is going to take a week to come through.
Yeah.
And so same with the marshmallow.
Yeah.
Vanilla swirl is one where you get the original vanilla aspects of it, but the swirly part comes in later.
Yeah.
It's a different development.
Yeah, I see where you come from.
Show mixed.
Oh, that's nice and all. Oh.
Open.
Damn, that's nice. Really nice.
Turn the printer on and hit print, and we're done. Just like that. Bada bing, bada boom.
Sometimes it's a pain in the arse having two monitors because you're just fucking too busy looking for your friggin' mouse arrow. You don't know where the hell you are.
Hey man, I got 4 of them.
Oh,
I
God,
feel your
don't
pain.
even go there then. Don't even go there, mate. I'm struggling with 2.
It's actually easier the more you get. I'm going to be honest with you.
I've seen a lot of people. I've seen a lot of people who are now switching to HD behind that. Look, fucking hell, can't get your words out. HD TVs as monitors. I can't get away with that, like.
Why?
Too big.
Yeah, but you can get small TVs for cheap, a lot cheaper than computer monitors.
I mean, I've got an 80-inch. I've got an 80-inch on the wall. I couldn't even possibly imagine this doing shit on an 80-inch TV. Like.
I got a 50-inch on the wall there. 48-inch, whatever.
That's
came from our bedroom.
So weird. And how were you there for films? The movies. That's what they're made for, the movies. They're a movie screen.
Not when it's further away. That's what I put OBS on, and that's why, it's so nice because I've got the chat over here. I've got across the top, I've got those buttons to push.
I mean,
when they work.
I'm not gonna. I think the average size guys are going for is around about a 32-inch to maybe a 48-ish inch, and you can get quite a lot of real estate on it. But I think it would just be a bit. I don't know, a bit bamboozled.
It all depends on how far away it is from you as well. I mounted mine to the wall over there, so 50-inch on the wall compared to the 24-inch monitors that are half the distance to me. That doesn't really make it look that big. Kind of fits in.
I get that. Yeah, you can be away for you've got to have it a certain distance for it to work. You couldn't be sitting right in front of it. It would just It wouldn't happen, would it?
For me, it works.
Definitely. I mean, I've seen, I've watched like, colorist. Yeah, I can see because you've got that distance. Definitely get it.
And this one in front of me is mirrored right there. So when I'm doing the overhead, I still see OBS and I still can control it.
Got you.
So it works.
Look at that, man. Look at him. He's like sitting on the fucking spaceship fucking Enterprise in front of all that shit. Jesus Christ, man. Holy moly. When I start calling you fucking Captain Jean-Luc Picard.
And the thing is, Virtual DJ takes up half a freaking screen. I finally got it down to half. I've got the video on the bottom corner of it, and I've got the actual software in the top corner of it, because now that it's automated, it can just stay there. But the annoying part about that software is it always puts its two windows in front of any other window you have on your computer. So I have to dedicate a corner of my thing to it.
Yeah, I don't get that one. I kind of have to sort that shit out when I come on live. Like, this window pop up. No, you go over there.
Yep. And there are tools that you can use with OBS that will automatically not only open the programs, but actually set them to the proper size on the proper monitor you want them on. You can fully automate it. So you just open OBS and everything's ready to go. That was my goal.
You're jumping way ahead of me there. You're jumping way ahead of me there, mate. You're well ahead of me.
Listen, I just committed to improving one thing every week. And that one thing ended up becoming one category of things every week. Because there's a bunch of things like the sound effects. Once I got everything working, I added 5 in the same amount of time it would have taken me to do one other thing.
I get where you're coming from, definitely. When it works, yeah.
It still works, I just can't control it the way I normally do. I can use my Stream Deck to control the sound effects. I've got a whole bunch of them. Ones that's not even programmed elsewhere.
Somebody knocked on the fucking door. Hang on a minute.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
I thought it was somebody knocking I actually thought it was somebody knocking the fucking door.
Whoops. Sorry.
Holy shit. I'm sitting down.
Meanwhile, I was sitting here in the chair while you were going up to check the door.
You twat. Because the reason that worked, because where I'm sitting, my front door is literally there, so I can hear it.
You were expecting to go to the front door, and next thing... Ah, Mrs. Doubtfire, hello, how you doing?
I wish.
Then you found out it was just a prank pulled by your mate halfway across the planet.
You bastard.
Listen, I know some sound effects that we need to put in there that I don't have set up for check commands. Our old buddy Stanton.
E-cigarettes have this great potential for harm reduction and to keep people from smoking cigarettes. E-cigarettes are less toxic than cigarettes.
That's why people choose them. Yeah.
Exactly.
Was it made by China?
The current incarnation of the e-cigarette was not invented by one of the major tobacco companies. It was invented in China.
Oh. I guess that's why the Congress is knocking it, huh? How about puff for puff? Puff for puff, compare cigarette with an e-cigarette.
I think it's fair to say that an e-cigarette user, puff for puff, is getting less carcinogens than a smoker.
Good news, everyone!
Doosh.
Good news, everyone! Stanton is telling the truth. So why are people picking vaping over smoking?
Why are
Can you
people
tell me
using them? Well, the most common reason cited in surveys among adults is that they're a safer alternative to cigarettes.
No,
it's not rocket science. It's not rocket
Mallery
science. You just
Gates
have to
wants to
muddle
link-
through all the bullshit to get the parts that actually matter in society. Don't listen to Dr. Death and, oh, you would be surprised at the residual effects of the vape when you breathe that in. Well, don't hook it up to your cigarette machines because it'll break them. It'll clog them up.
Mallery Gates wants a link to one of them clips you've just played.
Okay, how about another reason, why do people choose to vape?
There are some people who e-cigarettes help them quit. And just based on all the personal testimonials, I'm sure that's true.
Well, that's all that matters, right?
Oh, shit.
Vaping is better than smoking.
See? Forget about the rest of the crap. It doesn't matter. The facts are told to you. They're just obfuscated with a bunch of other useless information.
I think vaping would be left alone, but it's the youth vaping bullshit that's blown out of proportion. That's what's
That's
fucked.
bullshit.
If it wasn't for that, it would be
That
left
has
alone.
nothing to do with that.
If it was,
that's just the
it would be left alone.
designated reason for their prohibition.
I think in the UK it would have been left alone. It wasn't for all the crap with the disposables and everything. It would have been left alone. They wouldn't have bothered with it. Like they never have. They've only
Bullshit.
sat up and took notice of it over the last year.
Mate, Bloomberg has been dumping millions of dollars year upon year upon year in the UK, getting personal opinions and getting opinions of regulatory agencies and ASH to change their tune, to see things their way.
Yeah.
University of Bath and their whole smoking college crap that they have going on over there.
I mean, I know that the WHO have been bantering with for years over it, and we've just pretty much told them to fuck off most of the time.
Yeah, but the WHO has done a 180 on what their stance was about vaping 5 years ago.
Yeah. I don't call them the WHO anymore. I call them the Bloomberg Corporation because they are under him now. He's pumping money into them, and that's who they are. They're the Bloomberg.
And they look like a bunch of twats.
Organization.
Every single one of their posts, regardless of what office is releasing, is getting community noted because they're straight up lies.
Yeah. Biggest
Addie's
downfall
100%
for me
right.
with the biggest downfall with me, right, with the WHO was the COVID. They never ever went into China or wherever to see what was happening. They just fucking left it. They didn't
Because they knew what happened, mate, because they were funding the labs over there to do research for them.
Exactly. They fucking knew. That's why my fucking faith in them dissipated a long time ago.
Uh-oh, we're talking about that. You know what's going to happen?
FBI, open
up!
You're not allowed to talk about that.
Mine. The FBI have got no jurisdiction over here, so you're fucked.
Denied.
That's my reply. Have a nice day.
Just sit back and enjoy the show.
Yeah. Because we're going to tell it to you the way it is. I don't care whether it's popular. I don't care whether it's right. I want to know whether it's truthful.
This is it. We're entitled to the truth.
And you can't
That's a
dismiss
famous-
our lived experience. You want to tell me that it is going to put me in ICU? Well, I've been vaping over 3 years now and didn't put me in ICU. Matter of fact, I've seen a doctor less now than I ever did. My entire life.
That's just fucking dropped the pen. The penny's just dropped there. I found another sound effect you need to put on.
What's that?
You can't handle the truth. Remember that line?
You want the truth? You can't handle the truth.
You can't handle the truth. Exactly.
I got a sound
What
from
a movie
us.
that was, eh?
Ready?
Fucking right on that one, mate. I totally agree.
I got some sounds for you. There you go.
Congratulations. Fantastic.
I don't want to answer the question.
We don't want to answer the question.
We know that one. We know that one.
I don't want to answer the question. I don't want to answer the question.
I've got another one you could do. If you can ever find a clip of it, I'm sure there is a clip of it off a famous court case. I'm going to take the Fifth Amendment.
I just want them to suffer.
I just want them to suffer. That's Dr.
Oh
Califf
my God.
testifying before Congress. I just want them smokers to suffer. That's why I don't know anything about the 900 brand new packs of cigarettes that are available for sale. That my FDA authorized for sale.
You cannot tell me that head of FDA doesn't know that. I'm sorry, but no. No, not having it. Sorry, not having it. Bullshit. Sorry. Because when you think about it, when your little FDA minions go around saying, you know, well, when your FDA minions go around sorting the paperwork out, they've got to get that fucker signed off by somebody up the top. And he fucking knows he signed them fuckers off.
Not only does he fucking know it, but his little minion beneath him, Dr. Brian King, has purposely denied applications for products that the scientists said this would be appropriate for the protection of public health. And Dr. Brian King said, nope, issue a marketing denial order because that's a flavored product.
Exactly. Horseshit, man. They know.
But the science is there. I don't care. I am the chief of the FDA Tobacco Control Unit, and I'm going to push my prohibition. Fuck the science.
I just can't believe how they go to these fucking meetings so unprepared. Ask them a question, they sit there and they're like,
Because they're not actually there to answer questions. They're there to convey the message. The message behind their decisions.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, if you can answer the question, you can fight your corner, or you can justify why you've made that decision. They've got none of that. They're just saying, "Oh well, sorry, I don't know about that one." You're like, "What the fuck? You're the guys that's running this shit, and you don't know what's going on in your own house." Really?
Well, see, they have to tell you the truth at some part of their testimony, but they obfuscate it with a bunch of useless information and distracting information. That's like when they asked him, compared to a cigarette, is it safer? Started off with a bunch of crap. Then he admitted that it's much safer than smoking cigarettes, but you should breathe clean air, not this stuff. And you'd be surprised at, what residues remain from somebody that vapes. On a machine, but not in your lungs. Your lungs, it's water soluble, so it gets rid of it.
There's living proof out there. I mean, I am a living proof. My lungs have actually healed over the last few years since I've stopped smoking. They've actually healed because of vaping.
Exactly.
My doctors have actually told us that, because, like I said, it was a year, maybe 2 years ago, when I went to the doctor and I said I'm getting breathless all the time. I was going up the stairs, I was breathless as fuck. He says, right, we'll get you in, we'll get you checked out, right? And I went to the hospital, went through the breathe machine, you're fine. Then they've done an x-ray and they said, we found some shadows, right? Which fucking, it put the fear of God through us, right? I thought, here we go. But it turned out, thankfully, touch wood, it was just scarring of smoking. But he says your lungs are a hell of a lot better than what they were. They're healing. And I thought, hallelujah. You've got scarring, but it's nothing to worry about. You know what I mean? And
one of the things Dr. Gardner said the one time in one of his Twitter posts was the fact that, he is even under the impression that, once you reach a certain age, you will never 100% recover from the illnesses and injuries caused by your smoking. Decades of smoking. That's not necessarily true.
I think with my case, there may be minor minor issues. Like I say with me, it's a bit of scarring, but they reckon that will heal eventually. That will go away. But it's nothing going to be something catastrophic.
That's like me with my peripheral vascular disease. That is never going to go away. Once you damage the valves in your peripheral vascular system, those valves can't be replaced. Those will always be leaky valves.
Yeah, there is permanent damage you can cause from smoking that can't be reversed. That's
but the majority of things that are caused by smoking can be reversed with vaping. Matter of fact, they've done studies where they've looked at the first year after you start vaping, if you switch from smoking to vaping, and you actually recover quicker than somebody that quits cold turkey. Where's those scientific studies and testimonies before Congress? And the thing is, because you're breathing in that VG and PG, you're irritating your tissues and forcing them to clean shit out. And the VG and PG is easy for your body to get rid of. And along with that VG and PG that's cleared up, you're also removing the tar. That's why you stop coughing all the time a month or two after you start vaping.
Well, that's it. You're encouraging your antibodies to do the job they're doing. You know what I mean? Get rid of all the crap.
And because you're not breathing in smoke anymore, the cilia in your lungs, the little hair fibers that clean out the trachea in your airways, become much more effective in their job and get out whatever they can get out. Whatever isn't permanently damaged will be cleared up. That's why COPD patients that switch to vaping improve their long-term health outcome, because you're reversing the COPD that they said can't be reversed.
I've seen a couple of users who have COPD vape, and it hasn't cured them, but their lifestyle's a bit better. You know what I mean?
Because it improves your quality of life. It's not about, trying to achieve 100% reversal of your smoking-related injuries. It's about improving your quality of life so that you can enjoy the amount of years remaining.
I think the only downside is, like I say, if smoking does cause permanent damage to whatever part of your body, whether it be cardiovascular, lungs, and it's irreversible, then, that's something down to smoking. But when you stop, your quality of life, like you said, does become better. Without a doubt.
Mm-hmm. And if you look at people's testimonies, there's countless times where people will put, unsolicited responses, but it's like, no, what you're saying is false. And how do I know it's false? Because I used to have that problem and I don't have it anymore. And now I vape for the last 10 years of my life. And when I do go to the doctor, they do my chest x-ray and they go, well, it looks a hell of a lot better than it did 10 years ago when you were still smoking.
I still think vaping is slightly frowned upon when you go to your GPs over here, because I still think they are still misinformed slightly about it, because they
are. Take a look at the articles that they read in their required mandatory updates to keep up with journals and file paperwork stating that I went to this conference, and what do they hear at these conferences? The same propaganda that the FDA commissioner gave in his testimony.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, you go to your GP, like, do you smoke? No, but I vape. Oh, it's like it's not that's good, but it's just like you know what I mean? Like, no, mate, it's got to be better than smoking.
Oh, that's not good for you. You should be breathing clean air. Go bird watching.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll tell you what to go do with your birds.
Okay.
Go pound salt.
I know what you're thinking.
The UK GPs hate vaping. They're trying to get me to give it up.
They're frowning upon it at the moment. I don't know, but again, it could be the propaganda bullshit.
It is. They don't know any better. And the longer that you do what you think is right for you, because you need to make up your own mind on what you do or don't do to your body, the longer they're going to have to face reality and go, man, I got dozens of patients that are vaping and they don't have COPD. Their health is improving in the long term.
But to be honest with you, right, I made it because, I was out and about the day, right, and I don't know, sometimes it just strikes you, just, like when you just sit back and you look at, like, what's going on around you, right, you just, you observe things. And I was walking about, and the amount of people that I seen vaping and not smoking was unbelievable. Everybody I seen had a vape, whether it be a pod, a disposable, young, old. A lot of people were vaping now, but hardly any seed. I've seen hardly any actual smokers. When you've just looked and you think, this is weird. You know what I mean?
I knew that was coming.
You know, just when you're like, wow. Oh, come on.
Haven't you heard the bird word?
But you know what I mean? Sometimes when you just sit back and just observe things and you think.
Look, Mallory's exchanging DIY recipes with her doctor.
Quality, man. That's what we need more of, man.
My favorite was the one where somebody was taking their kid to the dentist, right? And the dentist asked the parent, what scent do you want in your child's anesthesia? And she's like, oh, I don't know, strawberry. She's like, okay. So the anesthesiologist tells, the lab tech to go get the Capella strawberry to put in their anesthesia.
Yeah, man.
And so she's like, hey, that's the same thing I make my vape liquid with. And she's like, oh, vaping's horrible for you. It's going to kill you. It's going to kill me, but you're going to use it in the child's anesthesia? What?
Yeah, you're going to give it to me child.
How do you reconcile those two different dichotomies of fact?
Fuck you. Don't give my child that anesthesia, you dick. And that I would have said in that case, don't touch me child, I'm going somewhere else. That's what I would have done.
Don't you know that the chance of bad outcomes from medical procedures is much less without anesthesia?
True enough, aye.
That's a risk that may never wake up if I give my child anesthesia. There's weighing the pros and cons.
Anesthesia is for me now it's become more of a risk than what it has a remedy, if you so to say, because you go to your doctors or you go for a hospital now, if you're overweight, they will not fucking put you to sleep. You've got to be a certain weight now for them to do that.
Yeah.
Because the risk factors. I think, since when did that come about? They've been doing it for fucking years, knocking people out, whether they're fat, thin, fucking, and all of a sudden, weight's an issue. Really?
Meanwhile, my wife's one of her favorite shows is the 600-pound weight loss doctor, Dr. Nazardin down in Texas. Does gastric sleeve surgery on 600-pound patients. You need to lose 70 pounds in the next 2 months. 1,200-calorie diet, all protein.
I'm saying, I mean, before my wife's dad passed away, bless him, he was going for surgery, and they said you need to lose weight before we'll even consider you for surgery. How the fuck would you justify that? You go to sleep, they're knocking you out. You know what I mean? You're not going to fucking run the London
it's essentially
Marathon,
a medically induced
miles. Yeah, pretty much.
All right, mate. I think it's time for us to jump into our retro vape. We're 4 hours into the stream, practically, for all intents and purposes.
Let's go, sir. Let's go.
Take a look at our retro. Oh, and this is what happens when you drop your stuff on the floor. Don't make it back in time. But
the baby prince, my God.
And Holy 4 bottles of e-liquid to choose from.
I'll tell you what it is, right? With that baby prince, right? That one will not leak until you put another coil in.
All right. I'll take that as a win.
It'll not leak until you change the cheaper for the shitty coils.
For the replacement coils. Half of them in the pack will leak.
I'll tell you what it is, that Fire Luke, that was a good tank in its day. That was a very good tank in its day. The Fire Luke.
And because of the barcode. Somebody type in !sensor. Put that in the chat. I want to see how that works.
Shift. Exclamation. Oh, hang on. Where am I?
That's beautiful purple. Man, I love the color of that. Ooh, oh boy.
There you go.
Sensor. Problem solved. Hot diggity. Look at that.
William Dobson. There you go.
Nice. Look at that. This is what modern tanks, all modern tanks should come with: a spare coil and a spare glass. And obviously the O-rings that you're going to use.
I've noticed that over the years, you don't get as much as what you used to with your tanks now, do you?
No.
Regarding accessories.
It's so annoying when they give you, especially the pod mods now. The pod mods that come with one pod. What if it's defective? Perfect example.
I can
Nicotine. The one coil that came with it was perfectly fine. The other one didn't have any mesh in it. How the hell did that get through quality control? And look, it leaks like a sieve.
I can remember when some of your tanks, you got two coils. One would be something like a 0.15 and then another one would be a 0.2 or something. You got two coils with them. That's right,
I bought
William.
like 10 of these because I was giving them away to people. Now I feel bad.
That's right, William. I think a lot of the smoke tanks did do an RBA deck for them. They did do a rebuildable deck. They tend to go that way, didn't they?
Nicotine, not so wonderful. And the thing is, my wife has been, handing them out like $10 a piece to people that are interested in it, switching off of a disposable to something you can change the coils in. And what kind of, reputation is Inikin done for themselves by allowing a bad coil? Legit had no mesh in it whatsoever. Never seen that from any other company. Anyway. You can tell we bought this one from my wife. Dimitri Pink. Smoke smock.
Yeah, but we used to pronounce it smoke, didn't they? Instead of we pronounced it smock.
And I even saw the representatives at their booth at a vape show before get asked point blank, how do you pronounce it? Smoke or smock? Either or.
Yeah.
Smoke smock. Doesn't matter.
It depends where you are. It depends where you are in the world, doesn't it?
Look at that top. Have a button to press to release it so you can fill up your e-liquid. And how tight is this going to be? That was always another issue with smoke tanks. They crank these things down at the factory. It's like, you're crushing the O-rings. There you go.
That was the thing, wasn't it?
Round wire coils. Am I going to be able to get this coil out without getting a pair of pliers? Nope.
Oh, they'll be tight. It will be tight.
Nope. How are those threads on there? They tighten them down so tight. 0.4 ohms, 30 to 65 watts, best 50 to 60 watts.
Boom. Fucking bang. Done. Boom. Done. I'm
Come
gonna
on.
print that. Was it?
Let's not
Windows
cross-thread 'em.
key and boom. There you go. Boom. I've just spent some money.
What'd you buy, mate?
I've just bought the extension kit for the Osiris 30mm. Boom.
Nice.
£22, including shipping. Bang. I think when then we had... Oh, fuck. Bits... Fuck, his name's gonna be fucking hell, man. Matey. You know who I mean.
Look at that resistance.
Vape and Bic. Vape and Bic. There you go. Holy shit.
Short.
Vape and Bic was on. I meant to get one. So I've got one. I can't wait to get me mic. I need to get me mic kit. I think I might order. What can I order first? No good ordering the mic first. I need to get the Elgato. I think I'll order the Elgato first, mate. That's what's
Audio
coming in
interface.
first. Yes.
Yeah, because it's one of the things where it doesn't do any good to have a mic if you have no interface for it.
Or vice versa, really, when you think about it. I do have a mic.
Well, see,
that
the
will go in it,
advantage... The advantage to having the audio interface is if you have the audio interface, then you can use that as a way to route your audio. You can use your existing microphone as an input in there, your Rode mic, as an input into that.
Yeah. That's probably what we come first.
All right.
I have got a mic, but it's a cheap, shitty eBay one, Amazon one, so I could try it, see if it works, you know.
Yeah, you
got
never
the
know.
Phantom Power Pack with it, so you never know. But the Phantom
what's the
Power
deal
Pack's
here?
built into that. Why is that not registering?
I don't know.
I think your best bet is probably to wick it, juice it, then fire it and see what it comes out at.
Well, I'm not going to wick it
See,
if the
obviously-
coil is totally shit. I mean, look at that. There's the Freemax tank. 0.16 ohms right off the bat. Works great.
Maybe it's just drop a bit of juice in it so you can fire it. See if it comes up with anything.
Well, it's either an open or it's a
You don't
short.
You don't want to fire it dry, do you? Just put some juice on to wet the wick and then just save it the fire.
Look at that opening mesh.
That
That is going to
Freemax,
fucking
man,
taste
that was
fantastic.
That was a good tank that stayed the fire look. I'm sure I've got one of them upstairs. A fire look. It is a cracking little tank.
I think I want to use up this citrus clementine mango.
Yeah, man.
Delicious.
Oblivion. Oh, that
Just
smoke
put just
coil
a
out.
little bit right on the top. Gonna fill this sucker up.
I would soak that smoke coil up and just see if you can fire it without fucking burning
Actually,
it
I'm
out.
about to get ready to get my ohm meter out and find out where the shorter the open is. We'll take a look at that here a second. I wanted to get this thing soaking.
There was actually a guy doing a video on that once. You know how to use a proper ohm meter on your vape coils, and he had a method of doing it, and it worked.
All right, so there's that lovely deal. And since my TFV18 tastes like garbage, $5 going in the bin when I bin that coil. And this is going to look funky as heck on this big, massive mod little fire leak tank.
Oh my God, look at that. That's so cool.
But look, it's already bubbling up beautifully. Let that thing saturate. 0.2 ohms. That's not right.
Your mods, they don't always read accurate, do they, your mods? So I would take that with a pinch of salt sometimes.
Well, I'm going to take it off. Fire it. No atomizer. Let's put the atomizer on and let it take a resistance reading. Make sure that airflow's wide open. New coil, yes. 0.13. And we're going to drop this down. Don't forget. Come on.
Fucking touchscreens. Ugh.
I love it, man. This is the
annoying.
only one that actually worked right 90% of the time. All right,
Really?
50 watts.
Wow.
That'll be a good place to start. Okay, set that off to the side. Let her soak. Take a look at the bottom of this coil. Where's the ground?
It leads there because normally you can see you can see the leads sometimes.
You should be able to see the lead.
Yeah.
So there's the positive post.
That's the one on the side.
Where's the negative?
Oh, the one on the side is your earth, isn't it? That's your earth, and then the positive's the coil. When it makes
This is the
contact.
positive post in the middle.
Yeah.
The side should be your negative, and I don't see it anywhere.
Got a little bit of wire there. That should be your negative. Do you see that little bit of wire you got stick on your side?
Right
That
there.
should be your earth.
Yeah, there.
Yeah. The wire you have protruding out the side is normally your earth. Or a negative, whichever you want to go with it. And that should come in and touch the bottom one of your coil, theoretically.
Okay. That looks good. Let me get the continuity tester.
I love them. They're worth the weight in gold, them machines, aren't they? They're fantastic.
I like my other one better. But it works. This one works.
They're good for cars as well, apparently.
Okay, let's check her out. Ground.
Good.
Positive.
One's 0.9. Yeah. Get the reading.
So I got a reading here. Next thing to take a look at here is the center pin.
Some says
Make sure that that's sticking in enough.
As well. Spring loaded, no?
No. See, some of these ones you can literally push the pin right out. See, if it's recessed like that, that's not going to work right.
Oh, you pushed it a bit there, definitely.
Okay, that should be proud of that base. Let's put the coil in.
Just push, put a pressure on that pin, push that pin in, just out of curiosity. Just give it a little push. That's it. Ooh. Come on, you little fucker. There's a reading.
Pushed in very heavily. That center pin, we do get 1.5 ohms. Okay. Let's grab ourselves a different mod. And let's assume that perhaps this pin is not got enough return pressure on there for it to work. Let's try it out on this. Of course, that's so dark you can't see. We'll tighten that down.
Is it reading it?
This is firing. It's reading. I wish I could tell you what it says. Let's check the ohm reader again. This would be the first time this ohm reader lets me down if it doesn't work. It's been the best ohm reader I've ever had. There we go, 0.43.
Cool.
She's reading right now. And for comparison purposes, we're putting the exact same liquid on there. Saturate the top. Put the cover on, pop her open. Fill it up with e-liquid.
It's not a good start for the smock, is it?
Smock's always had that reputation. And the thing is, if you didn't know anything about electronics and this was the first time you've had a vape, it's like, oh, I ain't buying a smock. And they take it back to the store and they're like, oh, I want something different. This one doesn't work.
Yeah, the deal, even though the chunks leaked and squeaked, the flavour of them and the vape of them was pretty decent. But I think Smock at the time went for cloudage, didn't it? They were all very cloudy.
They went more for clouds than anything
chunks.
else.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, 50 watts is a start for this. We're good to go. Let's point the covers back on.
Oh, you bastard. That hurt. Oh, pardon me.
Awesome.
There you go, guys. As well as buying an ohm reader, get yourself an ohm meter. They do the job. Worth investing in. An ohm meter.
And even back in the day, look at that. Not only one spare coil, but two.
That's what I'm saying. They were brilliant the day for spare coils. You got different resistances as well, did you? What's that one coming out?
0.15.
0.15 and a 0.2 was normal. Well, that's a 4 coiler, isn't it?
Yeah.
Probably is it canthal and all, or is it mesh?
Doesn't say.
Have a look down, see if it's just a round wire wrap. You can probably see down the coils if it's a round wire wrap.
Yeah, they're round wire.
Canthal. Yeah, it'd be canthal. That was the thing in the day, wasn't it? Canthal round wire. That was the thing.
And look at the mesh.
That's mesh. Ooh.
Oh, this
That's
would have
a
been so
mesh
much
one.
more enjoyable flavor and so much better as a comparison straight up to the other one.
Yeah.
But I had to prove a point
What's
there.
the resistance? What's the
0.15.
resistance on that one?
That's a classic TFV8
0.15
coil.
mesh. Yeah.
40 to 80 watts,
Very
best
nice.
60 to 70. 65 watts.
Yeah,
I
very nice.
remember plenty of times my Bigfoot murder kit used smock coils.
Yeah, man. But you know, class. When you think about it, you look at Smok back then and you look at Smok now, they've listened, they've improved. That's the Smok stuff now is pretty good.
Oh yeah, definitely. And because as time has gone on, a lot of this stuff, a lot of the manufacturing, even of the coils, regardless of who makes it, is all done via machine. You know what I mean?
Well, this is it.
The old days, they used to hand press them, and they had jigs that everything fit into, and they handmade a lot of that stuff. But as time went on, they invested in the automation for quality control purposes to have the machine make it. Because not only did the machine make it exactly the same way every single time, it could test every single coil before it went in the packaging.
So you can see technology and manufacturing processes have moved on, haven't they? You know what I mean?
Quite a bit.
Immensely,
and this is anything but matchy. But there you go.
I wouldn't worry about that. That never worries me, that. As long as it works. Drop that down to there. Boom.
I'm looking forward to how it's going to taste. That's the real question. And yes, William's also right about the fact that the chipsets have come a long, long way.
Is that as well? Yes. Totally agree with him.
Smoant is a perfect example of this, right? I've had Smoant stuff, long before they ever even thought or heard of my existence, right? And their chipsets and their devices are always been on the cheaper end of things. But they worked. And they don't put on there the display a lot of the times that their older mods were to the ohm. It wasn't 0.06, 0.04 or whatever. But it was always 100% accurate. If you took that and put it on an ohm meter and you put the coil into their thing, it was bang on. And even though their stuff was cheaper and a lot of it was just, simple plastic, that's an option that people need. Some people, especially, when you look at other countries like in Asia and Philippines and stuff like that, they don't have the disposable income that, they have in the United States. So a lot of people can't afford a $100 mod and tank kit. Smoant could provide you with that same thing for a fraction of the cost. You know what I mean? You got something like this is $120, $130. As time went on, it came down in price, and you might be able to get it on sale for like $80. But people needed options that were $20, $30 mods. Smoant could provide that, and it worked great.
Yep.
I did my comparison video originally with the Steam Crave products using Smoant mods.
Take care, William. Thank you for dropping by.
Thank you, William.
Yeah, man. I think the technology, not so much the build quality, the technology itself on the chips and everything has come a long, long way.
Technology itself has come a long, long way just from the introduction of vaping products. Just think of the computer in a matter of time from when vaping was first introduced to what it's like now.
I've had this conversation with the better half, like the evolution of technology and the evolution of kind of things that are supposed to make our life busy. I mean, I'm going back, how the planet is now, how we've got, the warming of the atmosphere, the fucking pollution, all that shit, right? And this is in such a small space of time. Because you talk about the Industrial Revolution, that was only about 200 fucking years ago. Look how far we've come in fucking 200 years. It's so fast and it's so quick. And you're thinking, what the fuck happened? 200 years ago, you're looking at the inventions of the light bulb. You're looking at the inventions of a fucking telephone. Of something we so much take for granted this day and age. Now your phone is a portable fucking computer in your hand. And that's in the space of 200 fucking years, you know what I mean? You're thinking, is stuff really going too quick? Do we need to just fucking slow down and take a bit of stock here, you know what I mean? And now you've got AI, which is another leap forward in technology, whatever, some people it's a good thing, some people it's a bad thing, they say it's going to replace people's jobs, all that bullshit and crap, but, to me, AI is just another tool in your armory to do whatever you're going to do. It's a tool, use it as a tool, not as much as a replacement. That's the way you look at it. But when you think how far we've come in the space of 200 fucking years, man, it's scary. It's fucking scary, mate.
Hey, when you sit there and talk about the technology coming so far, look at how they've miniaturized things before. You get something that used to be like this, right? How much technology is in this device? You can't adjust the wattage.
Phenomenal.
It was made for a specific coil with a specific ohm resistance for that coil. And that's it. There's no adjusting to this. It works or it doesn't work. You push the button or it doesn't. You don't push the button.
Exactly. It's scary. It's really scary. You've got, like you say, AI, you've got VR and all that kind of stuff, and everything's now
you've got devices like
automation.
this. This legit came from the gas station next door.
Yeah.
It tells you how much e-liquid you have left in this device. It tells you how much battery percentage you have left. And it's got a USB-C charging on it. And some of these ones even talk to you now.
It's like you see it going back to what I said earlier on, how like America have got some kind of grudge against China. But do you not think it's because China are one of the biggest countries that have, technologically advanced? They're bringing shit out way before everybody else.
But whose fault is that?
Well ahead.
Whose fault is that? Whose fault is it that China makes everything for the whole world? It's not China's fault.
No, fucking no. I'm not blaming. There's nobody.
It's an economics issue.
It's
because
right.
The cost to manufacture something over there is so tiny compared to what it would cost for you to build a factory here in the United States and do the same freaking thing.
But again, it's a country investing in its infrastructure, in its manufacturing. It's a country that invests in itself, and instead of all these other countries that are just make fucking money in taxes, whatever. China are fucking. You think about PlayStation 5. How long's that? There's probably a PlayStation 6 now in China, and we don't know fucking about it. That's how far ahead
they haven't finished it yet.
Technologically. We're looking at, my wife, right? She can't wait for fucking GTA 6 to come out, right?
Same here.
She's obsessed.
It's the only reason
we
bought the PS5. So we could play it as soon as it's released.
Look at how long. Don't get us wrong, game developers and everything, the fucking geniuses, it takes time, but look how long it's taken for this thing to be released. You know what I mean? It's taken years, and I know it took years.
What? Take-Two Interactive and Rockstar Media have all taken flack because they keep laying fucking people off.
Yeah.
All these big corporations are laying 10-20% of their population off, their workforce off.
If that was like Rockstar in China, GTA 6 would be out now. When you think about it, it would, wouldn't it? There's
a cultural shift, a cultural difference too. People want to knock China because they're patent, stealers and this and that. No, the culture is different there. It's about improving society and focusing on the improvement, not on the fact that this motherfucker is gaining all the wealth from an idea 10 years ago.
Exactly.
Here in the United States, pharmaceuticals is the perfect example of that. You put out a blood pressure drug, your patent's only good for so many years. And you know what the manufacturer of that drug does? They say, we're going to put a little aspirin in with our medicine and repatent it because, everybody had to take aspirin when they took our medicine anyway, so now you can just take one pill that's got both of them in there already. So you can't get a generic form of that because, it's just been patented and you got to wait another 7 years before you can do something with it. Meanwhile, people are dying because, they can't afford the old stuff and there is no generic equivalent of it because it's copyrighted.
For Mark Sweeney, I went straight to Vapor Cloud website. I got straight off them, sir. I didn't bother with any of the little creepy sites. I went straight to Vapor's Cloud for it, sir. That's where I went. Go to the actual website, sir, Vapor's Cloud, and you'll get sorted out.
Mallery Gaze, just what I need, my vape device nagging at me.
Well, you know...
Your coil's about to shoot to shit. Do you have a replacement ready?
It's just, wow. It's just, like I said, just, you know, in the space of 200 years, how far we've come. And on the same time, same thing, how much damage we've done to the environment as well. I mean,
we're our worst enemies when it comes to that shit.
Yeah, man.
This is the perfect example of it.
I mean, I was never like into the fucking, when we heard the ozone layer and all that shit, you thought, yeah, it's just scaremongering bullshit and all that. But when you realize how fucking real it is in the space of such a short time, I mean, like less than 200 years, how fragile our planet actually is due to mankind. It's fucking, honestly, it's scary. So fucking scary. And yet there's obviously a lot of people out there, big companies, that don't believe in it. They're fucking bullshit, climate control bollocks. Fuck off. Not interested. Fuck me, it's proof, it's happening.
Listen, it's like everything else that's out there. And when you sit there and you start watching these testimonies before Congress, regardless of what the conversation is or the topic that they're talking about, you will always have people on completely opposite end of the spectrum. And the truth usually lies somewhere in the middle, right? But rather than focusing on our things that divide us, why don't we focus on the things that we all agree on and accomplish that and then move to the next thing that we all agree on?
Of course. I mean, with climate, I was born in the 60s. And I personally, when you look back, have noticed changes in my climate. I've noticed that change, big style. I've noticed, when I was a kid, winter, we had snow. It was regular, we had snow. We've not had snow this year. It's all been rain. There's been hardly any snow. We've had hardly any frosts. It's been rain. It's been wet. And, and you get on the news, all the farmers, they kind of plant nothing because the ground's that saturated, nothing will grow. I mean, what the fuck? You know what I mean? And it's an eye-opener, and you're thinking, it's not the shit. You think it's bullshit, but technically it's not fucking bullshit. You know what I mean? And you're like, it opens your eyes a bit, and you think, who's telling the truth and who isn't? And again, that's across the board. Who is telling the truth and who fucking isn't? You know what I mean? It's
and who's ignoring the truth, regardless of what it is, for their own personal gain, to try and hold that personal gain as long as possible, regardless of repercussions from their greed.
They're putting profit before anything else. Profit is the number one priority. Fuck everything else. Profit is fucking power.
And that's the reason why they were questioning the FDA commissioner during this hearing about why is it that we're so short supplied with certain drugs in this country.
Yeah.
And that's because, the economics have driven everything to be manufactured by one company. And if something happens at the factory where that company makes the shit at, then there's a gap in the supply chain that nobody else is capable of filling because nobody else makes it anymore.
The thing here in the UK and in Europe, we're actually short of fucking lorry drivers. We cannot get lorry drivers, HGV drivers, for fun. No drivers. The simple fact of the matter is, because here in the UK, to get your heavy goods vehicle license, it's going to cost you £1,000. Whether you want to fund that yourself, whether a company puts you through it, whatever. And then when you do get that HGV license, all the jobs that are going require experience. You've got no experience. You're fresh out the fucking turkey farm. Fucking hell, man. It's balmy. Balmy.
A lot of things. The government created the problems that we have in society nowadays. And if they would have just simply left everything alone, and not bothered with it, we wouldn't have the problem because the problem would have never surfaced to where it is today.
Yeah. There was another thing on the news, I think it was today or yesterday. We've got a fucking coffee shortage. A fucking coffee shortage. You fucking what? Really? What the fuck's going on, man, on this planet? Really?
There's a principle of economics where you always end up down to the top 3. They buy up and chase out everybody else. And because of the World Economic Forum that we live in nowadays, they've taken it to the next level. And like we have with internet here in the United States. Comcast has a monopoly on the internet here where I live. The neighboring town has Verizon Fios, but Verizon's not allowed to come to this town because Comcast keeps giving our town council and the police department free internet as long as they are the exclusive provider in our city.
Wow, really?
So our greedy town council is screwing its own residents just for the sake of free internet service for City Hall and the police station.
Yes, your local councils, shall we say, or local government agencies that's running, they're on a fucking gravy boat as well. We're under Gateshead Council, and fuck me, they are shite. There's no public service. This was on the news, right? We've got a local football team, the Gateshead football, Gateshead FC, and they play in the Gateshead Stadium, right? They cannot get promoted because Gateshead Council will not fund them fucking money for the stadium. The council will not fund them, so they can't fucking progress. What does that fucking tell you? You know about your councils? Fuck off, really? Wow.
And then you got the city of Pittsburgh that got a new mayor who had a vendetta against Comcast the one time. And he got the town councilmen to all agree that we will not sponsor one provider. We want marketplace competition because we're sick and tired of Comcast constantly jacking up the prices. And what did it happen? They allowed Verizon to come in. They allowed private contractors that are subcontracting from Comcast and selling their own internet service. And then you had a price war.
Yeah.
And I pay $130 a month to get gigabit internet, even though my upload speed is limited to 40 megs, right? But if I want 40 meg upload speed, I have to buy gigabit download speed, which is bullshit. And I pay $130 a month for it. If I move to the city of Pittsburgh, it's $80 a month for gigabit both directions, up and down, so they could compete with each other, because Fios doesn't give a shit. It's equal bandwidth up and down, number one. So Comcast had to offer the same thing. And there's a price war going on because they both want everybody to sign up for their service. So for $80 a month in the city of Pittsburgh, I can get unlimited internet. I can get all the TV channels except for like HBO, Showtime, and whatever, and free phone service, unlimited calling anywhere in the United States, Canada, or Mexico. And they're offering security systems for your home with monitoring for $80 a month. Meanwhile, I'm stuck with a $130 a month internet-only bill because there's no competition here.
That's crazy. That's what I'm saying. So, the so-called free market really doesn't exist in some places, does it?
Nope.
That's crazy, mate. Honestly, it's fucking mad, man. I mean, mine's about, about 60, 70 quid a month. I mean, obviously, it's not as high as what you guys are paying. It's the 1 gig upload speed. I'm not sure. I think it's similar to what you're getting, but I mean they don't limit it as such. They just say up to. That's the quote. Up to. You can get up to whatever speed. That's that little insurance policy. And generally, the way I look at it, right, in the UK, if you get say 700 meg, right, you buy a 700 meg package, take 200 off it, because that's what you'll average. You
Yeah.
very rarely get the full rack because if you're using too much, they'll throttle you down anyway. Actually, the internet providers actually throttle you down. If they think, hang on, this book is hammering it, slow them down. They actually do throttle you down. And I've been, I'm on the one gig now, and there's many a time I've sat there and I'm sitting there at 600 and I'm thinking, nah, this is not fucking right. And you ring them up, blah, 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 blah. Now, mate, I'm paying for that. Get the cunt back up to speed, please. And they say, reset your router. Okay, and boom, you're back. You know what I mean? It's fucking horse shit, man.
Yeah.
They're another like, shall we say, a big brother who are watching you. They know what you're doing. They'll throttle you down. They'll advance you. They're in control of you as well. You know what I mean? They're fucking wankers, man. Absolute wankers.
Well, let's take a look. Which one of these two is going to be better? Is it going to be the Freemax Fire Luke tank, or is it going to be the Smock Baby
I'm
Prince?
going Fire Luke. I'm going Fire Luke, mate. I am going Fire Luke.
I'm going to start with that one.
Because I know. I've had them both. Yeah, you know.
Well, first off,
you fucking know, mate.
I also know that this is a mesh tank, and we didn't put the mesh coil in the other one, so that one's already going to be at a disadvantage.
You've got a bit of an advantage there. I think you should change that coil to a mesh, like, to make it fucking equal. I really do. Canthol hasn't got a hope in hell against mesh.
See that they still had the same problem with the cotton back then.
Yes, I do agree with that, but
they were also pushing for the organic, unbleached cotton. You know, organic cotton was best, and that was the whole Muji movement there. Yeah. So it was like you got that first tank of cotton flavor. It's not like anything off-putting, but it's definitely recognizable as existing in your vape.
Oh, definitely. Although we're saying them days, it took a tank, you know, for everything to settle in, which was kind of true. But the Fire Luke, wow, that is a crack. I agree. That is a.
This is like the classic argument between the people that love the mesh rebuildables versus the people like the coil rebuildables.
Yeah.
They say mesh has more saturation. Well, technically, it's not about the saturation that's different about it. It's the atomization size of the e-liquid. It's going to be much finer with mesh than it is with a round wire.
Definitely. That is a fantastic tank.
This is a fantastic tank, and after this cotton flavor goes away, I'm really going to love it. But unfortunately,
I bet you that could still stand toe-to-toe with some modern tanks when you get that bread broken. I'm telling you.
Holy fuck, was that throaty?
Have you got a dry hit?
It's been sitting here the whole time. Listen, when I first took the initial vape out of this one, man, was it a beautiful, fully saturated, full flavored vape with very limited amount of cotton flavor. I'm like, oh, the Smock tank is actually going to beat out this Fire Freemax tank. And then I pushed the fire button before I was actually breathing through it and got a dry vape.
Oh, good. You need a tank through on each, without a doubt. You have some kind of competition, but I would still stand by the Fire Luke. I think that's way, way superior to the Smock.
And you know the sad reality is, both of these tanks aren't that different than the modern tanks that are out there. You could pick this thing up for clearance prices at probably $5-10 different places. Between the bad rep that Smock has with a lot of people, This has been sitting around on my thing for 3 years. It's part of my Vape Apocalypse purchasing, and it's as good as any modern tank that I've tried.
No doubt. They can still stand toe to toe with some of your modern tanks. Especially if they've hit the, you know, if they've transgressed to the mesh coils.
And what really surprises me is, back in the day, the e-liquids had so many flavoring percentages, so many different flavoring strengths in there, that was so much more potent than the e-liquid we have nowadays. But the e-liquid we have nowadays tastes way better than any of the liquid from back then. It wasn't the coil that was the downfall. It was the recipes and the e-liquids that they sold us.
I think a lot of the e-liquids then were very high on sweeteners, and that's what killed your coils. Sweeteners fucking just destroyed your coils. I think that's what was in the day a big thing. A lot of liquids had a lot of sweetener.
That is the shit. And this is for sale everywhere now. E-Cig Mafia, I saw they had it in stock. They were running a sale the last time. Buy one, get one 50% off or something. You try this e-liquid, man, it could be a nice break from DIYing your own stuff. And the coils last and last and last. I did the review on that Oxford thing, and I went through an entire 30 ml bottle of e-liquid, and the coil tasted as good as it did the first day. Whatever they're using for sweeteners nowadays, it is not killing your coils.
Again, it's technological advances. You know, your e-liquid now is not the same as what it used to be back then. Even though the ingredients are still the same, there's something different about it now, isn't there, in this day and age? And I think to be down to the bare bones of it, I think a lot of it's down to sweeteners. I really do. I think they were very heavy back in the day, and that's why they killed your coils. Sweetness.
I need to order next time I place an order. I need to order some of that super sweet. It's a Nicotine based sweetener. It's not sucralose anymore. And the advantage of that is, first off, it's 4 times more potent than super sweet.
Yeah.
Which means you only need to use 1/4 of it in your liquids, which reduces that potentially oxidizing compound from your e-liquid in the first place.
Yeah.
So we're using, 1% of super sweet in some of these recipes. We could use a 0.25, 1/4% or less.
Yeah, because back in the day, your e-liquid was still the same. You still use pretty much the same VG, PG. I don't think that hasn't changed that much over the years.
That hasn't changed because it's an essential chemical compound available everywhere.
Yeah, but it was down to your flavorings and your sweeteners, and the sweeteners were heavy back in them days, to get that flavor. Especially like when it come to the wattage wars, when they were going like them days, it was the wattage wars, and they're wanting stuff. Yeah, and them
I
days,
got a big, massive 120 ml bottles of this. I hardly ever use this because TFA sweetener has ethyl maltol in it. And when the percentage is too high, it actually mutes your flavors. So you can only use so much of this to begin with. So then you're like, okay, well, I'll use a little bit of ethyl maltol and a little bit of super sweet to get the sweetness I need without killing the flavors.
Yeah. Like I say, back in the day, the vape the wattage wars were like more priority then than the flavor wars or the airflow wars. That's where it started. So obviously, when the wattages increased, the juices at the time couldn't cope with the wattages, so they'd just burn out. The juices would just burn out because of the wattage increase. So yeah, things have evolved, but I think today's juices in some of the older tanks will work well because there's not too much sweetener in them, and your coils may last a bit longer. But in the days of old, when your juices had shitloads of sweetener in, that's what killed your coils. Especially like custards and bakeries and all that kind of stuff. Fuck me, your coils would last 2 minutes, man. They would just go black gunk and that was it. Fucked.
And this is the other thing I liked back from the day that, I wish they would do more often nowadays. I wish the industry would have standardized coils to make more of them interchangeable. Have a small coil, a medium coil, a large coil, and have everybody manufacture coils that would fit those threads and those sizes. Here we go. Neil Pitt's talking about what Tofo had Smart Baby Beast rebuildable mesh coils, and they are like the Smart PMP coils that are available from Vaporesso.
Yeah.
And they're better than the Smart coils.
A good example of that was Horizon Tech. They made their coils that would go back to the early stuff. It would go work in them, and it would work in the modern day stuff. They had the coils that would work in everything that they produced. And you don't see that now.
Sigelli manufactured tanks that had their coils in there, and you could remove that top piece and then make it compatible with Smock coils. And those Smock coils were also compatible with Geek Vape coils.
That's right.
There was like 3 different main manufacturers that had coils that were all interchangeable with each other's tanks.
It's just like that tank I sent to you with Tofo coil. Horizon Tech coils went in that, and it ran like a fucking dream.
I need to fill her up. I don't remember what e-liquid I used.
Give me a minute, buddy. I need a toilet break again. Oh my shitting god. 2 minutes. Oh.
Mark Sweeney, hello and welcome. Brett Whitney, hello and welcome to the stream. You know, technology's come a long way when it comes to vaping, and how far the technology has advanced to miniaturize everything to produce amazing flavor. If I wouldn't have quit with vaping back then, I guarantee you I would have been able to quit if I would have bought one of these at a local gas station one day. If we can get our regulators to jump on board with it instead of promoting their prohibition death march, we can get everybody to switch over from vaping to smoking. Matter of fact, I told you guys last week, it was the week before, that my wife had to send a care package to her brother. Something about, depositing his check and whatever. And he ended up overnighting his bank card to her to do it, even though she didn't need the bank card to deposit his check. Long story short, she sent a care package to him. And he's one of those diehard smokers, like we were at one point in time in our lives. And he has no interest whatsoever in giving up cigarettes. None. He has no health effects that he knows of yet that's from his smoking. He enjoys his smoking, and he will continue to smoke until his dying breath. That's what he's saying now. But we all know eventually you get to a point in your life when you have kids that are going to have their own kids, and then you're going to become a grandparent. And by that point, you've been smoking for 3 or 4 decades, and you actually start feeling the health effects of your smoking. So I told her, I says, throw one of the disposables from the gas station next door in his package. Yes, he's not going to use it right away, but he's the kind of person he's not going to give it away either. Brand new sealed package. Well, sure as shit, the one day he ran out of cigarettes, didn't feel like going to the store, so he opened the vape that his sister sent him, and he gave it a try, and he's like, well, shit, this ain't half bad. And then he started his new job, and they're like, you only get 3 smoke breaks a day. You get one at lunch, you get one midday, and then you get one in the afternoon. That's it. He's like, oh, all right. Then he thought about it, went home that night and says, but I could put that vape in my pocket. Nobody would ever know. So now, during his day, he's like, pulling a vape out, goes about his business, working. Hey, man, what's going on? Nobody can tell. He's getting his nicotine fix, and nobody's being bothered by him vaping because they don't even know about it. And he's like, man, I might become a dual user. I might become a vapor during the day when I'm at work and, smoke my cigarettes with dinner and shit. So he, without even knowing it, is already starting his transition away from combustible cigarettes. Because eventually he's going to get to the point where he's going to come across a flavor that he truly loves. And he's not going to want to smoke a cigarette unless he's doing it for social reasons, to, blend in with his friends. He's just going to vape because it's easier to access. You throw it in your pocket. You don't have to carry a lighter. You don't have to worry about this running out. one of these things will last you days and days, as opposed to a pack of smokes that last you maybe a whole day. It's truly possible for us to win this war on combustion. And you don't have to force a single person to do it. But government's got to get behind it for it to work. How old is this Fire Luke tank? That's what I want to look up. Fire Luke mesh. 2018 technology. 6 years ago. 6 years ago, they came out with this. 2016 was when they first did it. Unbelievable. To come up with technology that is this good, even today, by today's standards, that runs toe-to-toe with anything that's available on the market or just came out on the market. The only difference that you got to deal with is nowadays, everything has become sub-miniaturized. Even Fruit Loop cereal that I don't care for tastes amazing in this. A complete vape, the same size as your Zippo lighter, which, by the way, needs a charge. Holy moly. Man, have we come a long way. What do you say there, mate?
Boom. My apologies, as always, folks.
No worries. I just looked this thing up. The review I saw on YouTube was from 2018, and Brett said that 2016 was when Fire Luke first came out.
Wow.
6-year-old technology standing toe-to-toe with the modern equivalent. Yes, the modern equivalents have been shrunk down in size, but flavor-wise, I mean, modern e-liquid in this tastes just as good as it does in that.
That's the old Fire Luke, eh? Wow.
And this was just released, what, 6 months ago?
Wow.
With something 6 years old.
Guys, are sure, like I say, you don't have to, like, buy the latest fancy-mancy kits. You can get all the stuff that's still got it, so to speak.
Just be careful when you buy stuff on clearance to make sure you can still get coils for it.
That's the downside, yeah. Getting the stuff that you can for it. But again, with the smoke, you got an RBA, so you're kind of future-proof with that one. Because you can just
you got the RBA option, plus the TFV8 and the TFV9 coil are interchangeable. The only difference in the TFV8 versus TFV9 coil is the density of the cotton that's inside there and the mesh that they're using. Yeah. But the threads are identical in both. And the size, the height, the width.
Well, that's it. The basic size of the coil is pretty much the same, isn't it?
And what's a shame is that Smock got their PMTA denied by the FDA.
No shit.
Yeah.
And yet, you know, they bought other companies out, and they're a massive company out there, and wow.
The only one I know bigger than them is Vaporesso, because, they're all part of a new conglomerate that's actually on the stock market overseas throughout Asia.
That's right. What the fuck was it called again? Remember
S'more.
when I remember when
S'more
it all went on the
International.
stock market. That's it, S'more International. I can actually remember that when that went on the stock market, and that's when a lot of companies bought out the little companies to make it like an umbrella company. Smock. They bought fucking whoever.
And then along comes China Tobacco, that now part of their regulatory process took over the entire vaping industry. All of it is owned by China Tobacco now, under the Tobacco Monopoly Administration.
It is an ironic thing because obviously, you see a majority or just about every vaping product comes from Shenzhen, and you're like, how the fuck did they come down on that? And they're supplying the world with vape products. You're like, where's the?
Meanwhile, they banned flavors in their own country.
Yeah. Why? What the fuck?
Well, I'm sure there was a Bloomberg cash infusion behind that decision too. Maybe not directly to China, but it was routed through the World Health Organization and their ministers and part of, some agreement somewhere with something else as a trade-off.
But with it being China, I'm surprised they've took that much influence from the West, because they never really have in the past, have you? The communist country, all that bullshit. They thought, fuck you lot.
I think part of it has to do, how they get the bad rap with the kids and the disposables. Yeah. They got tired of the bad rap of the black market vapes from China. Those are the unregistered products made by the small shops, a dozen people working there, manufacturing them the old school hand method way of doing things.
Yeah.
So to eliminate that problem, they passed this regulation that says, from this point forward, if you want to make vape stuff, you need to apply for a tobacco monopoly license in order to be authorized to sell it. And in order to do that, you obviously have to meet regulatory requirements of wherever you're exporting the thing to.
That's true. Hence, that's
common sense legislation.
Hong Kong, wasn't it?
But then the problem became, just because it's banned in Mexico doesn't mean you can't ship it to the United States. And then it crosses the border into Mexico to supply the Mexicans who have banned it with whatever products they want. Or here in the United States, when the FDA finally gets around to clamping down on it, because they're going to march forward their prohibition agenda. I've never in my life have I ever seen the FDA back away and admit, oh, we fucked up. We authorized this drug for your blood pressure and it was actually killing you, killing more people than the blood pressure problem would have killed them with.
Yeah. I can kind of see that one, like.
But you get permissive countries that you can ship anything to. And then you get other countries that go, hey, man, I just got to buy my stuff from England instead of China now.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it still comes from fucking China, wherever you are in the world. We either get it from China and somebody buy from us.
It has nothing to do with some evil plot. It's just the fact that that's the cheapest place to manufacture most of the stuff. And the FDA even talked about that. A lot of the compounds that are used to make medications, the base chemicals, are manufactured in China and imported here in big, massive containers. And without those base chemical ingredients, half of the drugs that we take can't be taken because there's no source of that chemical if something happens with our relations with China.
That's what I mean. It's like,
what is with
so
these
ironic
people?
It's so ironic how, like, a lot of countries on the planet heavily rely on China to supply us with stuff, and yet on the other hand side of the coin, they'll go and slate them. You're like, what the fuck?
The TFV9 coils taste exactly like the TFV8 coils, but they have a less of a propensity to leak. When you buy the 5 packs of coils, actually, yeah, those are still sold in 5 packs. The TFV18 coils are sold in 3 packs. The TFV8 coils are sold in 5 packs, and the TFV9 that replaced the TFV8 is fantastic for flavor. And it actually lasts pretty much a week. 5 days to 7 days is your average life expectancy for a TFV9 coil.
Have you seen the size of the 18 coils? They could never sell them in fucking 5-packs. You'd need an Amazon parcel to fucking ship them.
Yeah, because this tank here,
the huge
that goes with this mod is actually the TFV 16 coil, and here's the TFV 18 coil.
Exactly. Look what the fuck is that? Like a fucking RDA.
I got so many different ones here. Well, sir, we are at the 5-hour mark. It's time for us to call it quits for today.
Yeah,
we got everything accomplished that we wanted to, plus a bunch more.
Again, when to go? It's flew over.
It just flies right by.
I'll tell you what it is. We could never do an hour show. We just couldn't. It just wouldn't happen, would it?
No.
We couldn't get it all in. We just couldn't.
No, because just like today, you know, you changed your audio settings, so you were here an hour ahead of time. So for you, it's already been 6 hours. And we'll probably chat for another 20, 30 minutes after the show's over.
Not a problem, mate. But I enjoy it. That's the main thing. I love it. I enjoy it. And it's brilliant. I look forward to every week. You know, it's just my. This is kind of my chill out time after a week's work. You know, this is my windy down time.
Same here.
Just hanging out. Brilliant. You know, after. I mean, yeah, I've been off like work yesterday, but I used my first day off to like catch up on errands and whatever I need to do around here and all that stuff. And then today's me wind down day and you know, back to the grindstone tomorrow type of thing. And I love it. I just totally look forward to every week. It's fantastic.
Yeah, for me, it's, you know, you and I finish up our conversations and then I'll go and like, you know, try and catch up with some of the chores, the housework and stuff, laundry and that kind of thing. And then tomorrow, well, actually I can do it now that's automated too. I can enter the timestamps in the video, but I'll rewatch, you know, most of the show and put timestamps in, put links in that got added to the thing that wasn't in the original description. And it's so much more enjoyable than sitting here and spending 3 days to make a 20-minute news segment that gets 100 views. I'd rather spend the 5 hours with you hanging out with the Vape family out there and the Hunky Horde.
Just do it live, yeah. Why not?
Do it live. So much more enjoyable.
We'll get through a good news segment anyway, you know what I mean? So yeah, you know, I'm not gonna grumble at that, mate. Honestly, absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. I think I see all the UK shows here in an hour. We just get warmed up, mate.
I remember the Monday night show invited me over, you know, for one of their episodes and stuff, and we started chatting about something, and next thing we know, they're like, "Oh, the show's over. We're already at 2 hours. How did we go so long?" I'm like, I don't know. I was just getting warmed up myself.
That could be a downside, you know, if you're a guest on a show. You know, everyone's an hour and you're like, am I going to get to see anything here? Like, I mean, what am I going to do? You know what I mean? It's like an hour. They might have 5 minutes conversation with, yeah, I'm doing this, doing that. Right. Next thing, you know, it's over. And you're like, Jesus Christ.
Wow, that went real quick. Didn't even realize that.
Awesome. But yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, peace, love, and a Hunky Vapes. My wish to all of you. Hope you guys have a fantastic week ahead, and we'll catch you same time, same place next week.
Yes, thank you very much. As always, thank you guys in chat for coming along, joining us. Like I say, we do a nice long stint here to try and keep you all entertained. We try our best. Again, if you watch on the replay, hit that like button, thumbs up button, all that good stuff. You know, it does help with Alex's channel, without a doubt. Yeah, it's been another one that's just time's gone by so quick. Yeah, so I wish we could do it longer sometimes, but never mind. We couldn't really.
And if you guys come up with a recipe idea that you want me to come up with, an idea and a recipe formulation for, drop it in the comments below, and I'll see what I can do.
That's what I'm about to say. If you've got any ideas for a recipe, just a flavour, you know, any kind of flavor
Whatever
or
combination.
flavors or a combination of flavors, you know, just drop them in. We'll get them in and we'll see if Alex can come up with another magnificent recipe, what he always comes up with, as always, by 95% of the time. We'll give him 5% error. We'll give him the 95% safer error. We'll give him that one.
Yeah.
But
it a
always,
shot.
guys, thank you very much. Thank you to Alex, as always, for having me on. And like I said, thumbs up if you can. Please hit the thumbs up button. Like I say with the replay, guys, you too, hit thumbs up, all that stuff. Leave your comments. Get over to a Discord. Leave your comments in there. As always, Facebook page as well. Put your hand checks in. Get them in. We love seeing them. And
join the
as
Discord
always,
server.
guys, yes, the Discord, the Facebook, everything's there. Alex has got loads of stuff where you can contact them. So by all means, get your stuff in there. Absolutely love seeing what you've got and, you know, your suggestions and your comments. You know, we do read them all. And as always, I'll round off. Same team. I can't get any words out of me. What the fuck? This alcohol.
How much have you had to drink during the show today?
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. So, as always, guys, same time, same place next week. There, I got it out. So you
Safe,
all
stay safe, vape safe.
Vape safe, and we'll see you all very soon. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye now.
Jesus Christ.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
I wanted to escape for a while. Thought that a couple of drinks could ease my mind. I've been thinking of you for 2 weeks straight. I know that I need to get myself back in the game. Someone said your name had a turn around. Suddenly you're there standing in the crowd. Everything comes back in the blink of an eye.